watch it come down. Oh, golden streets bright and made new. No shadow, no more sorrow within you. The former is gone, the past is washed away, awakened in the brightest of each day. 12 gates made of pearl that remain open, 12 foundations that can never be broken, where the righteous dwell safely inside. No wicked prayers and no reason to hide. New YAH Shalom, descending from up high. A cottage city that lights the sky. No need for the sun, no need for the moon. Prepare like a bride, adorned for her bridegroom. Living waters flow like a beautiful stream. The promise fulfill the ultimate dream. There is no more death, no more pain, no committing sin, no darkness, no rain. The city is square, symmetrical and grand, a precious refuge built across the land. Lift up your eyes, the great city is here, his throne in the center, crystal clear, surrounded by his love, healed by his embrace, walking in light, finally seeing his face. The tabernacle of Yahuwah is here with men. The broken world has been made whole again. Sound the trumpet, make a way for the king, always kept underneath his wing. Kaddish, Kaddish, the living beings still cry, lifting the name of our Father high. New YAH Shalom, descending from up high. A Kaddish city, that lights the sky. Oh, no need for the sun, no need for the moon. Prepare like a bride, adorned for her bridegroom. Living waters flow like a beautiful stream. The promise fulfilled, the ultimate dream. Eternity blend. New YAH Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, Mishpachah. Actually, let me repronounce that. I was learning with the Mashpachah in Akudi Nazareth's live. That is Mashpachah, not Mishpachah. Mashchacha. I think I said that right. Mashpachah. Yes. So, but we won't be hard on each other. We're learning, and may we be sensitive to one another as we're coming into more truth, as Abba Yahuwah is directing us to be technically correct. There it is right there, what our Kudi Nazareth just put, Mashpachah, yeah. Same thing with Shabbat. Technically correct would be 1 B and not 2 B's. The 2 B's were carried over from the transliteration of Sabbath in the English, where they spell it Sabbath, and that has transferred over to Shabbat, Shabbat. So it would be Shabat. Okay, just wanted to make that quick announcement. But if you are able-bodied and you're able to stand, let us stand towards the eternal King of the eternal city of our eternal King. Hallelujah. Excuse me, something got in my throat there. All right, so I'm going to stand. I'm going to blow the shofar. May we come at attention before Abba Yahuwah on this set apart Yom. Heavenly Abba Yahuwah, Abba, we give you our praise, honor, and esteem on this Yom, on this Shabbat. Abba, to that top for all that you do in each one of our Kai, in each one of our lives, as you continue to direct us and continue to shape and mold us into those that you want us to be, oh Abba, by your Ruach HaKadosh. Abba, we ask that you would help us to do the commandments that you have given us, to first love you with all of that we have, and then to love our neighbor as ourselves, oh Abba. Abba, we ask that you would direct us together as a unit, by your Ruach, as we study your word on this Shabbat. Abba, may you make it clear unto us. For you told us to search out these matters, O Abba. By showing this, we show that we love you, O Yah. Abba, we continue to pull off for all the mashpakah, all throughout the Arats, wherever they may dwell, wherever they may find themselves, those who are calling upon your righteous name, and those who are seeking your Yapa face, O Abba. Help us to continue to pull off for one another, as we pull off for ourselves as well before you. We also do not want to let out or forget those that are of our mashpakah, of our DNA, O Abba, our family and our friends, and even our co-workers, those who don't understand what it is that we are following, and how we are keeping you first and foremost as our priority, number one in our Kai, in our lives, O Abba. We ask that you would send in those who need to hear this message on this Yom, and for those that you have brought in and drawn them by your Ruach, O Abba, may you speak to them as only you can do. May we all decrease that you may increase in each one of our lives, O Abba. We ask that you forgive us for all of our transgressions that we have committed against you and against your Torah. Do not deal with us according to our ways, O Yah. Forgive us and our ancestors of what they have done that has put us in this position. Hope to open up our eyes, O Abba, as you're restoring truth unto your people once again in these last days before you crack that sky. For you said, as it was in the days of Noah and as it was in the days of Lot, so shall it be when you return. So we ask that you would ready us, prepare us, help us to be ready to do the work of an evangelist, to share this message out to all those who will hear, O Abba. We give you all praise, honor, and esteem in the mighty name of your Ben Yahushua HaMashiach on this Shabbat. Hallelujah, hallelujah, and hallelujah, Amat. Rumamu Yahuwah. All right, shalom, Shabbat, shalom to all the mashpakah. It is great to see you. Ooh, that 24 hours seemed like a long time. It was so wonderful to be in both lives. I was in Aki Nick's live with the mashpakah there. It's going to take me a little while to get used to pronouncing it correctly. And also in Akudi Nazareth's live with the mashpakah there as well. And both of them, Yapa. And it's carrying us over to what we're going to talk about today, which is about, we're kind of on the fringes about the calendar. When I mean on the fringes, I'm talking about the studying. We're going to study a little bit on the fringes about the calendar. We're also going to study about the word new moon. As I was listening to Aki Nick, and you know, it's amazing how Abba Yahuwah works. He gives you confirmation. One of our mashpakah has, and I don't know if he has left, but I do know that he's following a different calendar, the lunar calendar. He is no longer following the Zadok calendar because he sees that the moon has to be significant in the calendar. And so I want to go over that today because I know there might be some of you who are also confused about, well, what is the role of the moon, right? What is the role of, as it is in the Abrit language, Yarak, the moon? And there's problems and issues with that when it comes to people looking into this. And I'm going to get ready to shut off the comments here in a minute. Continue to allow you to greet one another. But we're going to get into this. And before we get started, as we always do, we're going to read the Tanakh. The Torah, Nabaim Katubim, is what Tanakh represents. It's the acronym for the law, the prophets, and the writings. And with that being said, even the Brit HaKadash, some people pronounce it Brit Hadashah, and some say New Testament, the renewed writings. So we're going to read that as well. So let us go ahead and get started. So we are going to go to Exodus chapter 12. This has to do with what we're going to be talking about today. Exodus chapter 12, for those of you who are taking notes. All right, let me bring this down. Get it into focus. All right. Hope everyone is having a Yapa and Kadash Yom on this Shabbat. All praises to our Abba Yahuwah. Okay. Exodus chapter 12, verse 1. Blow it up a little bit so you all can see it a little better. And I'm going to go ahead and shut off the comments now. And I'll turn it back on at the end of our study. And it'll be at that time. If you have any questions or comments, that'll be your time to share. And it reads, and Yahuwah spoke to Moshe and to Aaron in the land of Mitzrayim, or Egypt, saying, this new month, we're going to get into this word and why it's italicized and why I have it crossed out. This new month is the beginning of months for you. It is the first day of the year, or the first month of the year for you, excuse me. Speak to all the congregation of Yasharal, saying, on the 10th day of this new month, each one of them is to take for them him or himself a lamb, according to the house of their father, a lamb for a household. And if the household is too small for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next to his house take it according to the number of the beings, according to each man's need. You make your count for the lamb. Let the lamb be a perfect one, a year-old male. Take it from the sheep or from the goats. Again, you can use a sheep or goats. And you shall keep it until the 14th day of the same month. Then all the assembly of the congregation of Yasharal shall slay it at the evening, or as they had it here, between the evenings. And they shall take some of the blood, some of the dam, and put it on the two doorposts and on the lintel of the house, or the houses where they eat it. Where they eat it. What are they eating? They're not eating just bitter herbs. They're not just eating nuts. They're eating lamb. That's an animal. That's meat. Let's continue. And they shall eat the flesh. Listen to this. It didn't say that they shall eat the vegetables. And they shall eat the flesh on that night, roasted in fire, with unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs they shall eat it. Do not eat it raw, nor boiled at all with water. So the lamb, the Passover lamb, as it was instructed of the children of Yasharal, they were not to boil it in water. Usually, the reason why this is brought up is because usually you would boil your meat to remove all the blood out of the meat, out of the flesh, by boiling it. Another way of doing it is allowing meat to sit in water. You'll see that the blood will start to ooze out and the water will start to turn like a pinkish red. Do that a couple of times and you'll see that the blood has been removed out of the meat. Let's continue. And it goes on and says, do eat it raw, or do not eat it raw, excuse me, nor boiled at all with water, but roast it in fire, grilled, its head with its legs and its inward parts. And do not leave it until Bokor, or that is, until the morning. And what remains of it until Bokor you are to burn with fire. And this is how you eat it: your loins girded, your sandals on your feet, your staff in your hand, and you shall eat it in haste. It is the Pesach of the children of Yasharal. No, it says of Yahuwah. Very distinct. And it shall come to pass through the land of Mizraim on that night, and shall strike, or I shall, excuse me, and I shall pass through the land of Mizraim on that night, and shall strike all the firstborn of the land of Mizraim, both man and beast, and on all the mighty ones of Egypt, that is Mizraim, and I shall execute judgment. I am Yahuwah. Some of your translations will say, I am the Lord. That is not a name. And the blood, the dam, shall be a sign for you on the houses where you are. And when I see the blood, notice Yahuwah says, when I see the blood, I shall pass over you. And let the plague not come on you to destroy you when I strike the land of Mizraim. And this day shall become to you a remembrance. This is why we celebrate it. This is why we memorialize it. And you shall celebrate it as a festival to Yahuwah, not to you, not to your assembly, not to your pastor, preacher, teacher, to Yahuwah, throughout your generations, which means forever. Celebrate it as a festival, an everlasting law. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. Indeed, on the first day you shall cause leaven to cease from your houses. For whosoever eats leavened bread from the first day until the 7th day, that being shall be cut off from Yasharal. And on the first day is a set apart gathering. And on the 7th day you have a set apart gathering. No work at all is to be done on them, only that what is eaten by every being, that alone is prepared by you. So meaning again, on the first day, that is a Shabbat, okay, not a high Shabbat. Not a weekly Shabbat, but a high Shabbat. And the last day, the 7th day, is also a high Shabbat. You are able to cook on those days. You are to prepare your food, okay? Verse 17. And you shall guard the festival of Matzut, that is of unleavened bread. For on this same day I brought your divisions out of the land of Mizraim, and you shall guard this day throughout your generations. An everlasting law, an everlasting law. Just like it says here about the Pesach, an everlasting law about the Pesach, the Passover. What about the unleavened bread? An everlasting law. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month, in the evening, you shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the month in the evening. All right. So from the 14th day, which is Pesach evening, until the very last day of unleavened bread on the 21st day in the evening, you are to eat unleavened bread. No leaven is to be found within your home. So it says here, for 7 days, no leaven is to be found in your houses. For if anyone eats what is leavened, for if anyone eat what is leavened, this is not just talking about bread. This is if anyone eats what is leavened, that same being shall be cut off from the congregation of Yasharal, whether sojourner or native of the land. Now, as we observe this, we must be careful when we're eating stuff like ramen noodles. Ramen noodles, you may not look at it as bread because it's not, but it has yeast in it. Be careful. Okay. Again, this is a memorial, a celebration. We are keeping not the festival with sacrifices, but we're keeping it as a memorial, as an observance, a remembrance of what Yahuwah has done in the past and what he has done for us and will do in the future. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. Do not, okay, let me back up. So for 7 days, no leaven is to be found in your houses. For if anyone eats what is leavened, Again, it's not making the distinction that it's just bread only. It says, for if anyone eats what is leavened, that same being shall be cut off from the congregation of Yasharal. That is the family of Yasharal, the house of Yasharal, the children of Yasharal. Whether it be a sojourner, that is a foreigner, that is one who was not native born, okay, one who's been grafted in, or native of the land, that's DNA Yasharal. Do not eat that is leavened, or do not eat what is leavened. In all your dwellings, you are to eat unleavened bread. This is talking about during this time, from the 14th day of the month to the 21st day of the month. Verse 21. And Masha called for all the elders of Yasharal and said to them, go out, take a lamb for yourselves, according to your clans, that is your families, and slay the Pesach. Slay what? That is the Passover lamb. And you shall take a bunch of hyssop and dip it in the dam, in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel and the two doorposts with the blood that is in the basin, and you, and on you. I believe that's how it should have been written. Let me make sure. Let me read this again. Strike the lintel and the two doorposts with the blood that is in the basin, and you, none of you, shall go out of the door of his house until morning. So I think it's just reiterating, you, none of you, shall go out the door of his house until the Bakor. And Yahuwah shall pass on to smite the Mitzrites, that is the Egyptians, and shall see the dam on the lintel and on the two doorposts. And Yahuwah shall pass over Pesach, the door, and not allow the destroyer to come into your houses to smite you. And you shall guard this word as a law for you and your children, or your sons, forever. And it shall be when you come to the land that Yahuwah gives you, as he promised, that you shall guard this service. And it shall be when your children say to you, what does this service mean to you? Then you shall say, it is the Pesach, or it is the Passover, the slaughtering of Yahuwah, who passed over the houses of the children of Yasharal in Egypt, when he smote the Mitzrites and delivered our households. And the people bowed their heads and did obeisance, or they did worship. And the children of Yasharal went away and did so as Yahuwah had commanded Moshe and Aaron, so they did. Notice that they kept the instruction. And it came to be at midnight that Yahuwah struck all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim in Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh, who sat on his throne, to the firstborn of the captives who was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of the livestock. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants, and all the Mitzrites, all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where there was not one that was dead. Then he called for Moshe and Aaron by night, he meaning Pharaoh, and said, arise and go out from the midst of my people, both you and the children of Yasharal, and go and serve Yahuwah as you have said. Notice, Pharaoh said the name. Take both your flocks and your herds, as you have said, and go. Then you shall barak me too. And the Mitzrites, that is, the Egyptians, were strong on the people to hasten to send them away out of the land, for they said, we are all dying. And the people took their dough before it was leavened, having their kneading bowls bound up in their garments on their shoulders. And the children of Yasharal had done according to the word of Moshe, that is Moses. And they had asked from the Mitzrites, the Egyptians, objects of silver and objects of gold and garments. And Yahuwah gave the people favor in the eyes of the Mitzrites, of the Egyptians, so that they gave them what they asked, and they plundered. The children of Yasharal plundered the Egyptians. And the children of Yasharal set out from Ramses to Sukkot, about 600,000 men on foot, besides the little ones. Notice that it's only counting the men, no one else. And it says here in verse 38, and a mixed multitude. Let me read that part again. And a mixed multitude. This is not the children of Yasharal. This is not the 12 tribes of Israel. This is a mixed multitude. Some were probably Egyptians, some were probably Ethiopians, okay? And went up with them too. went up with who? With the children of Yasharal. Also the flocks and the herds, very much livestock. And they baked unleavened cakes of the dough that they had brought out of Mitzrayim, for it was not leavened, since they were driven out of Mitzrayim, and had not been able to delay, nor had they prepared food for themselves. And the sojourn of the children of Yasharal who lived in Mitzrayim was 430 years. 430 years. So from the time that the children came down with Yaqub, that is Israel, from the land of Canaan, and came down and dwelt in Egypt, in the land of Goshen, when Joseph was second in command to Pharaoh, it was 430 years to the day that they left Egypt. And it came to be at the end of the 430 years, on the same day, it to be that all the divisions of Yahuwah went out from the land of Mitzrayim. Did you catch that? Let me read it again. And it came to be at the end of the 430 years, on that same day, it came to be that all the divisions of Yahuwah, it doesn't say all the divisions of Israel, all the divisions of Yahuwah went out from the land of Mitzrayim. It is a night of watches unto Yahuwah for bringing them out of the land of Mitzrayim. This is that night of watches unto Yahuwah for all the children of Yasharal throughout their generations. And Yahuwah said to Moshe and Aaron, this is the law of the Pesach. This is the law of the Passover. No son of a stranger is to eat of it, but any servant a man has bought for silver, when you have circumcised him, then let him eat of it. Listen to this. This is just not only a physical thing, but it has to do with the heart. It has to do with the mind, the thought, the intentions of the heart. One must be born again to partake of the Pesach. This is what the circumcision of the flesh physically meant. And now we understand, because of the renewed agreement, that the circumcision, as it was even in the old, Abba Yahuwah always wanted a circumcision of the heart. It was a new heart, just like King Dawood said, to remove this stony heart and put in a heart of flesh. We need to have a circumcision of the heart. A sojourner and a hired servant does not eat of it. It is eaten in one house. You are not to take any of the flesh outside of the house, nor are you to break any bone of it. And all the congregation of Yahshua are to perform it. And when a stranger sojourns with you and shall perform the Pesach to Yahuwah, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him or her come near and perform it, and he or she shall be as a native of the land, but let no uncircumcised eat of it. There's the key. No uncircumcised eat of it. Again, for this day and time, the spiritual application, not the physical, is that one must be born again. You must have a new heart. You must have been recreated into a new creature, dying to your old self, becoming a new person. There is one law. Listen to this for those of you who don't believe in following the law of Yahuwah. There is one law, one Torah, for the native born, that is Yasharal, DNA Yasharal, and for the stranger, that is the Gentiles who sojourns among you. Those who sojourn, that means that they are walking, they're fellowshipping with you. They're fellowshipping with us. And all the children of Yasharal did as Yahuwah commanded Moshe and Aaron. So they did. And it came to be on that same day that Yahuwah brought the children of Yasharal out of the land of Mitzrayim according to their divisions. Now we're going to go to 2 Kings. 2 Kings chapter 4. 2 Kings chapter 4. And a certain woman, verse 1, 2 Kings chapter 4, verse 1. And a certain woman of the wives of the sons of the prophets, notice this, the sons of the prophets, she cried out, to Elisha, that is the apprentice of Eliyahu, you may know him as Elijah, saying, your servant, my husband, is dead. And you know that your servant feared Yahuwah, and the lender has come to take my 2 sons to be his slaves. And Elisha said to her, what should I do for you? Inform me. What do you have in the house? And she said, your female servant has none at all in the house except a pot of oil. And he, Elisha, said, go, borrow vessels from from everywhere, from all your neighbors, empty vessels, and do not get a few. And when you have come in, you shall shut the door behind you and your sons. Then pour it into all those vessels and set aside the filled ones. So she went from him and shut the door behind her and her sons, who brought the vessels to her, and she poured it out. And it came to be, when the vessels were filled, that she said to her son, bring me another vessel. But he said to her, there is not another vessel, and the oil ceased. So she went and informed the man of Alua Alahim, and he said, go, sell the oil and pay your debt, and you and your sons live on the rest. And it came to be on a day that Elisha went to Shunem, where there was a prominent woman, and she took hold of him to eat some food. And it came to be, as often as he passed by, that he turned in there to eat some food. So he would always go and see this woman and partake of her food. She must cook some delicious food, like YAH. And she said to her husband, look, I know that this is a set-apart man of Alua Alahim who passes by us continually. Please let us make a small upper room on the wall, and let us put a bed for him there, and a table, and a chair, and a lampstand. And it shall be, whenever he comes to us, let him turn in there. And it came to be on a day that he came there, and he turned into the upper room and laid down there. And he said to Gehazi, his servant, call this Shunammite woman. So he called her, and she stood before him. And he said to him, please say to her, look, you have gone to all this trouble for us. What is there to be done for you? Should I speak on your behalf to the sovereign or to the commander of the army? And she answered, I am dwelling among my own people. And he said, what then is to be done for her? And Gehazi answered, well, she has no son, and her husband is old. And he said, call her. So he called her, and she stood in the doorway. And he said, about this appointed time next year, you shall embrace a son. And she said, no, my master, man of Alua Alahim, do not lie to your female servant. And the woman conceived and bore a son when the appointed time, not just any time, an appointed time had come, of that Elisha had spoken to her. And the child grew. And it came to be on a day that he went out to his father to the reapers. And he said to his father, my head, my head. And he said to his servant, take him to his mother. And he took him and brought him to his mother. And he sat on her knees till noon and died. And she went up and laid on the bed of the man of Alua Alahim, and shut the door on him, and went out. And she called to her husband and said, please send me one of the young men and one of the donkeys, so that I hurry to the man of Alua Alahim and return. And he said, why are you going to him today? It is neither the new month, nor the Shabat. Key here, key phrase. There's a reason why I'm bringing this up. And she said, it is well. And she saddled the donkey and said to her servant, drive and go, and do not slow down except I speak to you. And she went and came to the man of Alua Alahim at Mount Carmel. And it came to be, when the man of Alua Alahim saw her at a distance, that he said to his servant Gehazi, see the Shunammite woman. Please run now to meet her, and say to her, is all well with you? Is all well with your husband? And is all well with your child? And she answered, it is well. And she came to the man of Alua Alahim at the hill, and she took hold of him by the feet, But Gehazi came near to push her away. But the man of Aluah Alahim said, "Leave her alone, for her being is bitter in her, and Yahuwah has hidden it from me, and has not revealed it to me." And she said, "Did I ask a son of my master? Did I not say, 'Do not deceive me'?" And he said to Gehazi, "Gird up your loins, and take my staff in your hand, and go. When you meet anyone, do not greet him. And when anyone greets you, do not answer him. And you shall lay my staff on the face of the child." And the mother of the child said, "As Yahuwah lives, and as your being lives, I do not leave you." And he rose and followed her. And Gehazi went on ahead of them, and laid the staff on the face of the child. But there was no voice, there was no hearing. So he went back to meet him, and reported to Elisha. Let me move this out the way. And reported to him, that is Elisha, saying, "The child has not awakened." And Elisha came into the house and saw the child was dead, lying on his bed. And he went in and shut the door behind the two of them, and palal to Yahuwah. And he went up and lay on the child, and put his mouth on his mouth, and his eyes on his eyes, and his hands on his hands, and stretched himself out on the child, and the flesh of the child became warm. And he returned and walked back and forth in the house, then went up and stretched himself out on him. And the child sneezed 7 times, and the child opened his eyes. And he called Gehazi and said, "Call the Shunammite, call the Shunammite." So he called her, and she came in to him. And he said, "Pick up your son." Then she went in and fell at his feet, and bowed herself to the ground, and picked up her son and went out. And Elisha returned to Gilgal, I said that backwards. And the scarcity of food was in the land. And the sons of the prophets were sitting before him. And he said to his servant, "Put on the large pot and cook stew for the sons of the prophets, the Nabaim." And one went out to the field to gather plants, and found a wild vine, and gathered wild cucumbers from it, filling the skirt of his garment, and came and sliced them into the pot of stew, though they did not know what they were. They then served it to the men to eat. And it came to be, as they were eating the stew, that they cried out and said, "O man of Aluah Alahim, there is death in the pot." And they were unable to eat it. And he said, "Then bring some flour." And he put it into the pot and said, "Serve it to the people to eat." And there was no evil matter in the pot. Now a man came from Baal Shalsha, and brought to the man of Aluah Alahim bread of the first fruits, 20 loaves of barley bread, and newly ripened grain in his knapsack. And he said, "Give it to the people to eat." And his servant said, "What? Do I set this before 100 men?" And he said, "Give it to the people to eat. For thus said Yahuwah, eat and have some left over." Sounds very similar to what our Mashiach did, right? And he set it before them, and they ate and had some over, according to the word of Yahuwah. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. You know, every time I read this story about this Shunammite woman, it brings tears to my eyes, because you can just imagine how she must have felt. Her only son, a son that she never asked for. And the prophet, Elisha, said that, "I'm going to give something to you because you gave something to me and to my my fellow servant." And so he wanted to do a favor for her, to ask for a son for her at an appointed time in the following year. And she lost her son. But Yahuwah allowed that to happen to show his mighty work through Elisha, so that this woman may pick up her dead child alive again. How beautiful. And these two miracles that was done, do you not recall that our Mashiach did the same thing? Remember the young girl that was 12 years old who was unalived, and all her parents and the people of the village were weeping and crying and making a great distress and noise, and Yahusha put them all out. And he said that the young girl she's not dead but asleep. And he went into the room where she was at, and brought her back out alive to her mother, and did the same thing with feeding of the people, and that there was many left over. Hallelujah. Let's go to Matthew, the New Testament. And we are going to go to, where are we at here? Chapter 2. No, that's not the one. (13). The parables, the chapter of parables. And on that day, Yahusha, the name of our Messiah, went out of the house and sat by the sea. And a large crowds were gathered together to him, so that he went into the boat and sat down. And all the crowd stood on the beach. And he spoke to them much in parables, saying, See, the sower went out to sow. And as he sowed, some indeed fell by the wayside, and the birds came and devoured them. And others fell on rocky places, where they did not have much soil. And immediately they sprang up, because they had no depth of soil. But when the sun was up, they were scorched, and because they had no root, they withered. And others fell among thorns, and thorns came up and choked them. And others fell on rich soil, and yielded a crop, some 100, some 60, and some 30-fold. He who has an ear, or he who has ears to hear, let him hear. And the taught ones came and said to him, Why do you speak to them in parables? And he, Yahusha, the Mashiach, answering and said to them, Because it has been given to you, Mashpaka, to know the secrets of the reign, the kingdom of the Shamaim of the heavens. But to them it has not been given. It has not been given. Hallelujah. All right, so with that being said, let's go to this text about what we're talking about today. Like I said, we're going to be on the fringes of the calendar. We're going to talk about the new moon. We're going to talk about these things that is causing some of you to not understand, and it's amazing to me how blind we can be. It's amazing to me, and I'm talking about for all of us. We've all been blind at one time in our life. I'm talking about spiritually speaking, where Abba Yahuwah doesn't open up the eyes of our understanding. Let's go to Exodus chapter 16. And I'm going to turn on the comments real quick. I want to get a little show of hands, if you will. How many of you used to follow the lunisolar calendar? How many of you used to follow the moon cycle as your calendar? Let me see it in the comments. How many of you followed the moon calendar? Let me see it in the comments. Shabbat Shalom, Maki Chris. I see never, I did, nope, I, hand, yes, me, never, yes, never, hand up, nope, never. So it's very split. But I see that there are a lot of you that did. Let me raise my hand. I did as well. When I was first coming into the truth, like I have shared before, many of us, we kind of go through the same steps, right? We come out of Christianity and we end up finding a Hebrew roots assembly to attend. And then we're there with the Hebrew roots assembly. And what are they doing? They're keeping the moon cycle. They're doing the stuff as the 2939 48ers do. Okay. And so we didn't know any better. I want to show you what's one of their arguments that they love to use. And I need you that know this the true calendar, I need you to put on your glasses. I need you to put on your spiritual glasses, because I'm going to show you something. And while I'm doing this, let me pull up our calendar on my laptop real quick, because I want you all to see this. When I talk about how Yahuwah's calendar is all throughout the 66 so-called, but we're not even talking about Jubilees. We're not even talking about First Enoch 72. We're talking about the 66 books. Yahuwah's calendar, the calendar that has been restored unto us, Mashbaka. You're going to see it right here, right now. But this is the same passage that the people who are following the phases of the moon will use as their argument to say, this is why we know that our Sabbaths is on the 8th, the 15th, the 22nd, and the 29th of the lunar cycle. Again, been there, done that. I used to do it. Okay. And I'm going to show you some blatant scriptures. We talked about it earlier on another live, I think it was last week. And even Aki Nick was reading some of them on his live today on TikTok. They're blatant scriptures. I mean, as plain as day. How hard and how difficult is it for us not to see what is written in plain text and say, yeah, but, or I see this, or I don't understand that, but this is what Abba Yahuwah showed me. Okay, but again, let's see what the text says. So 16, Exodus 16. Look at this here. And they set out from Alim, and all the congregation of the children of Yasharal. Okay, this is when they're in the wilderness. They just left Egypt. Okay, but it's showing you how long they've been in this wilderness. And it says, and the children of Yasharal came to the wilderness of Zin, that is between Alim and Sinai, on the 15th day. Listen to this. On the 15th day of the second month after they're going out of the land of Mitzrayim. Notice this, verse 1. Now, let me ask you all a question. What day did they arrive to the wilderness of Zin? What day did they arrive? Yes, Aki Lester, the 15th of the second month. Right? Everyone sees that? It says that they came to the wilderness of Zin, that is between Alim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the second month. Right? Everyone sees that. Okay. So did they arrive the day before, or did they arrive on the 15th? Let me see it. What day did they arrive to the wilderness of Sin? And it has nothing to do with transgressing the law. It's just a way that is transliterated as sin. So everybody sees that it was on the 15th, right? Okay, so let me ask you all a question. Process of elimination. If they came there on the 15th, and let me show you this. Let me bring this out, because I need you all to see it. I don't want anyone to think I'm making anything up. If they came on the 15th, okay, and you have those who follow the lunar cycle like I used to, and they say that you see this here, okay, the Creator's lunisolar calendar. This ain't our calendar. This is the lunar calendar. They like to use the solar next to it, but they don't even use the solar. It's actually just the moon. But this is what they say is the Sabbath. And they like to use this Exodus chapter 16 to say, see, the 15th, second month of the 15th. This was the Sabbath when they appeared. Now, does anybody know what the problem is? What the problem is? What's the problem of what we're seeing here? If this is the Sabbath, what are we seeing that's the problem? Does anybody see it? Does anybody see it? Exactly, Aki Lester. They were traveling, Janine. Hallelujah. This is why I was asking you, when did they appear, or when did they get to the wilderness of Zin? If the 15th of the second of the 15th day of the second month was a Sabbath, according to the lunar solar calendar, then Abba Yahuwah had them break his own law, break how to keep the Shabbat. You're not to be traveling on the Shabbat. So for people to use this passage right here, lunisolar people who follow the moon, you're in error. This is telling you right here that this could not be the Sabbath. Notice what else it says here. It says here, and they came out from Alim, and all the congregational children of Yasharal came to the wilderness of Zin, that is between Alim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the second month after their going out of the land of Mizraim. And it goes on and says, and all the congregation of the children of Yasharal grumbled against Moshe and Aaron in the wilderness. So now they are staying there relaxed. Now let me show you what the true calendar shows, what they were doing on this day. Let me bring it up. I forgot to open it up. 1, 2, second month. Let's blow it up here. There's your 15th. There's your 15th right there. Kadash 2, that is second month, 15th. They arrived here the day before the true Sabbath. They arrived here before the day before the true Sabbath. The true Sabbath on the second month would be on the 16th. They arrived at the wilderness of Sin on the 15th. So who's correct here? The lunisolar people who want to say that this 15th was the Sabbath, and then they're going to count 7 days later and say that it's the 22nd is the next Sabbath, and then they're going to count another 7 days later and say the 29th is the Sabbath. You see the problem? That's the problem. We are in Exodus chapter 16. Okay, let me shut off the comments. I'll turn it back on in a little bit. Want to keep everybody focused on what's happening here. So look. So let me see here. Why can't I bring that over? Usually I can bring it over and I can't bring it over. So here's the 16th. This is the Sabbath. This is when they started grumbling. They were complaining. And Abba Yahuwah says he is going to rain down bread for them to see if they're going to keep or walk in his Torah or not. He was going to test them. He was going to try them, whether they would walk in his laws or not. And so we see here, they arrived on the 15th. And you know, when you walk, you are exhausted. You're tired. People are in their tents. They're probably setting up camp. Okay, getting some food together. They got the next day. This is where they're doing all the complaining and grumbling. And Yahuwah tells Moshe he's going to rain down bread for 7 days. 7 days he's going to rain, or 6 days, I should say, he's going to rain down bread. On the 6th day, they'll have a double portion. And then you have the Shabbat. Again, this all lines up with the true calendar. There is no way this is that the children of Yasharal arrived at the wilderness of Zin on a Shabbat. Because if that is the case, they're breaking scripture. They're breaking the commandment, which Abba Yahuwah is not going to break his own commandment. He's not going to have his people traveling on a day that they're not supposed to be traveling. So if we go here to Jubilees, for those of you who don't know, chapter 50, it says this. Verse 12, every person who does any work thereon and goes a journey, or goes on a journey, that would be a complete sentence in English, who goes on a journey or tills his farm, or whether at his house or any other place, and whoever lights a fire or rides on a beast or travels by ship on the sea, or whoever strikes or unalives anything. You shouldn't unalive anything, not even a fly if it's pestering you today. Or slaughters a beast or a bird, or whoever catches an animal or a bird or a fish, whoever fasts or makes war on the Shabbat. The person who does any of these things on the Shabbat, like traveling. Oh, that ain't the 15th. That ain't the one I'm looking for. It's the 16th here. Like it is here. They came to the wilderness of Zin. What day? On the 15th. They came on the 15th day, meaning they were traveling on the 15th. If that was a lunar Sabbath, lunar Sabbatarians, you're not even keeping it right, because you are told not to be traveling on a Shabbat. And he wouldn't cause his people to do such a thing. Okay, so let's continue. Now let's go to what we were just reading earlier in Exodus chapter 12. Exodus chapter 12, Yahuwah told Moshe, this is the beginning of months for you. Do you see this word here? For those of you who want to continue to say, yeah, nah, I know what you said, I know what you showed me, but I'm going to continue to follow the moon cycle. I'm going to follow the moon. Why? You say, because it's written in my Bible. Well, let's see what's really written there. Shall we? Let's do this together. So first, let me go ahead and bring this down because I'm going to bring up my e-sword. I got to use the Strong's Concordance. Let me bring this up to Exodus chapter 12. All right. Okay. So let me read this from the Scriptures, TS 2009 version. Again, and Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, Exodus chapter 12, verse 1, and to Aaron in the land of Mitzrayim, that is Egypt, saying, this new moon. Why is the word moon italicized? For those of you who don't know what italics is, notice the font, that is the letters, next to the word moon on either side looks different than the way the spelling of moon is. Notice NEW for new is more straight, erect. Notice the word moon has a little slant to it. It's kind of slanting this way. The O is slanting this way. The N is slanting this way. And then the IS is erected straight. This word moon, the italics, the people who put the TS 2009 together, who translated it from the Hebrew, they inserted the word moon, meaning that this word moon does not appear in the original text. Let me show you. As you can see, we're in Exodus chapter 12. And just like right here where it says, verse 2, this new moon, let's look at verse 2 here from chapter 12. Let me blow it up. This month, you see in the King James Version, they use the word month instead of moon. Here's the word. Kadash. Kadash. Here it says from H2318, and then they put in new. Notice it's italicized. And so that means that this wouldn't even be here. Let me give you a little backstory about what you're reading here on your screen. James Strong, where we get the word for a Strong's Concordance. Okay, it's named after James's last name. His last name was Strong, so we call it Strong's Concordance. Every single word in the King James Version, not your ESV, not your NASB, not your NIV, not your New King James Version. The King James Version, James Strong used the King James Version to compile what we know today as the Strong's Concordance. Every word that is mentioned in the Old and the New Testament, the 66 letters or the 66 books, he has compiled into a concordance. Here, you're seeing his definition, showing you that he has been influenced by the 2939 48ers who call themselves Jews and are not. They are the ones that has perpetrated that this word should be new moon. And those who have put together the scriptures, along with many other translations, have been influenced by these 2939ers to put in the word new moon. But Kadash doesn't mean moon. Notice it's just one word, Kadash. Notice it says from 2318. So let me click on this. Month. Let's go here to dictionary. Let's open it up. Let's hit 2318. Kadash. It comes from this word, spelling just the same, has nothing to do with the moon. Kadash, a primitive root to be new, rebuild, renew, or repair. That's what the word Kadash means in this situation here, okay? So if we go back and we look at, again, same letters, nothing has changed, okay, other than the pronunciation. You see how they're changing the pronunciation? This is ish all over it. They're using what is called the Nakud vowel points to bring about the different sounds, but the letters remain the same. Unlike English, there is no such thing as sight words, meaning that even though it used the same spelling, it's pronounced differently. Like the word bus, right? B-U-S. We say this, we spell it out, bus. But as soon as you put a Y, this becomes what is known as a sight word. You pronounce it by the way it looks, not the way it sounds. Or then this would be bussy. But we don't say bussy. We all understand this sight word to be busy, right? Hebrew has nothing of that sort, but they would allow us to understand that this is what they want us to believe, that the word moon is present in the text. I want to thank ISR, Institute Scriptural Research, for being honest and showing this in italics to let the reader, those who are learning, those who are looking into the matter, to realize that the word moon does not appear in this text. This is causing mass confusion for those who are reading in the English because of people wanting to put in their narrative into Abba Yahuwah's word, and it's causing his sheep, his flock, to be led astray. And hence, this is how we end up with this so-called lunisolar calendar, or what is termed the Babylonian calendar. They're following the moon cycle. Yahuwah never, you won't find anywhere from Genesis to Revelation, anybody looking at the phases of the moon in the western sky to say, oh, this is the new month, blow the shofar. You won't find it anywhere. Not one single location. And there's people out there, especially in the Hebrew Israelite camps and the Hebrew root camps, that are teaching their people to follow the moon. And then you have those that come back to us because we've already graduated from that lunacy, if I can use that word. We've already graduated from that lunacy. We know that that's a lying calendar. So it's for someone to come back and tell us about a calendar that they don't want to follow, this calendar, the calendar that has been restored to his people, and they want to follow the moon calendar, Yahuwah has allowed them to go back to their own vomit. They're going back to the ways of the Gentiles. That is not from Yahuwah. So let's look at the word moon. What does the word moon mean? If this is supposed to be a new moon, why don't we see the word moon here and we only see Kadash? What is the word for moon in Hebrew? Glad you asked. Let me pull it up. The first time the word moon appears is in Genesis chapter 37. Let's go there. Genesis chapter 37, verse 9. This is where Joseph had a dream. And here you see it says, and he, Joseph, dreamed yet another dream and told it to his brethren and said, behold, I have dreamed a dream. Dream more, and behold, the sun, Shamash, and the moon. Let's see what the word moon means. Let's see if it says Kadash there, shall we? Oh, there must be something wrong with my e-sword. It doesn't say Kadash. It says Yarak. Yarak. So if it says Yarak, and that's the word for moon, and let's look at this. Let's click on this. Let's go to dictionary. Let's open this up. Let's see the origin. It says from the same as 3391. It doesn't say Yarak. It doesn't say Kadash. It says Yarak. You see that? From an unused root, uncertain signification, a lunation, which is a phase of the moon. That is month, moon. So you would think if they were going to use this, but again, you see James Strong's tells you that he put the word month in here. He also shows that it's in italics. The word lunation doesn't appear. So YAH, it's still spelled the same. It doesn't change. There is no sight words in Hebrew. There is no such thing as sight words in Hebrew. So Exodus chapter 12, verse 2, it should say this month, just like it says in the King James, is correct. And there's a lot of things I don't like about the King James, but in this context, it is correct. It is correct. Go back to 12. Notice here it says this month in verse 2. This month, that is correct. King Jimmy got that right. Not speaking of myself. I'm no king, at least not yet. So the word moon should not appear here. And so this is causing all kinds of issues with people who see the word moon and they want to follow the lunar cycle. Same thing in Leviticus chapter 23. Leviticus chapter 23, we see here, again in this translation, in the first new moon, scratch it out, again, italicized. On the 10th day of the new moon, again, scratch it out, because this should be of the 10th day of the month. All right, this shouldn't be here. Now, let me show you this in another translation of people who are pushing the moon, where they don't change the font. Here's a book called Truth Scriptures. I highly suggest, and maybe you might want to get a copy just for studying, but I highly suggest that you don't get it. It is a really bad copy, okay? This was gifted to me, hence why I have it. And I want to thank our Cootie for doing this. Cootie Laura. Let me go to the same passage, Exodus chapter 12. Let me take you there. And let's see if they're going to be honest with us. Let's see if they're going to be honest like the scriptures and put a font in there, or if they're going to make it seem like it's thus says Yahuwah. Okay, just so you all see it. Shamut, also known as Exodus. Okay, Exodus chapter 12. Notice that. This new moon, how prominent that looks. Does it look like it's in italics? Not at all. This new moon shall mark the beginning of months for you. It shall be the first month of the year for you. You see that? They're telling you it's a new moon, and then tell you that the months of the moon cycle is the first month of the year for you. On the 10th day of this new moon, you see that? No italics. No italics. But yet they're saying that this is true scriptures, and they got it from the Hebrew. But you don't find, I just showed you in the Hebrew, there is no such thing as Rosh YAH. Rosh YAH would be new moon, exactly to the words. But it says Rosh Kadash. So if it's Rosh Kadash, it can't be new moon. It has to be the head of the month, or the first of the month, or the beginning of the month. All right? So again, this is a bad translation. And there's a whole lot of stuff in here. I said that I'm going to show you guys some more stuff in here, and I will as we go through, as Abba Yahuwah puts it in my heart. Okay, so now here's another one. Again, I don't know if the gentleman is here today who came to me and to a few others of you. He came to you all, or at least to one other person that I know of, because they reached out to me and told me about this brother who's no longer following the true calendar. And I hope he is following and listening today, because hopefully he will see something that he didn't see before. And I even asked him, and this is the problem. Some of you come to this channel, and if you stay here long enough, you'll understand what it is that we believe in. You'll understand where we're coming from. You'll understand that the words that we're getting our understanding from, we show it to you. Okay. But I asked a certain person, have you done the calendar studies with us? Because for you to bring this to me makes it sound like you haven't done any of the calendar studies. Because if you see what we see, there should be no question whatsoever. So now I'm going to show this to you all. And I'm going to ask all of you, and I'm going to turn back on the comments here in a second after I read this. Let's see how difficult this is for everyone to understand. Let's see if our Abba Yahuwah is an author of confusion. Jubilees chapter 2, verse 8. And I know we read this a lot, but there are some of our mashpaka that are having issues with what is being said. Jubilees chapter 2, verse 8. And on the fourth day, he, Yahuwah, created the sun and the moon and the stars. Notice the sun and the moon are both mentioned in this verse. And set them in the firmament, that's in the expanse of the heaven, to give light upon all the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. Now notice verse 9. And Alua Elohim appointed the sun. It doesn't say moon, does it? Let me ask all of you. When we read verse 9 here, and it says, and Alua Elohim appointed the sun to be a great sign on the earth for days, for Sabbath, for months, for feasts, for years, for Sabbath of years, for jubilees, and for the seasons of years. Now I'm going to ask you all a question as I turn this on, to turn back on the chat. Do any of you see in this verse 9 anything other than what it says as far as we're to follow the moon phases? Do anybody see there that it says that we are to follow the moon phases to find our Sabbaths? We're talking strictly about Sabbath right now. Even though it talks about days and it talks about the feast days, all of this is to be appointed by the sun. But do any of you see the word moon anywhere in verse 9? Because it was mentioned in verse 8. It does say he created the sun and the moon. So are we to think that Abba Yahuwah doesn't know what he's talking about and he forgot, he left out the word moon? Why do we not understand this passage right here and think that we are still supposed to follow the moon? May Abba Yahuwah get all the esteem for restoring the true calendar to us. Why would we think of it any other way? It would seem to be common sense, right? Let's see if this is a trickery too. Let's go to Jubilees chapter 6. Let's see how difficult this is to understand. And I'm not trying to make fun of nobody. I just want people to see how strong a spell is when you cannot see. You're reading the text and you say, yeah, but I see it, but I understand it, but I get it, but no, you can't say but, because when you use the word but, you just negated everything you just said after that, or before that, excuse me. Because what's getting ready to come out of your mouth means that you don't agree with Yahuwah. Not with me. Has nothing to do with me. Look at this, verse 36. I don't know how much more plain the text could be for those of you who want to jump ship and follow the moon. For there will be those who will assuredly make observations of the moon. What is observations of the moon? The moon cycle. It's the moon cycle. This was prophesied thousands of years ago that the children of Yasharal, along with others, would follow this moon cycle. You see this? That's the observations of the moon right there. You see that? Mm-hmm. And notice that even they can't agree, right? Notice here, most of them follow 8, 15, 22, 29 as their Shabat. You have some other ones that follow and say it's the 9th, the 16th, the 23rd, and the 30th. But these are the phases of the moons that they're following, making observations of the moon. And you have people that say, oh, the moon phases change every 7 days. Yes, it does. Do you know, and this is just my opinion, but do you know why I believe Abba Yahuwah gave us those 7 moon phases? He gave us those moon phases, I believe, to test those who are not going to follow him and follow others who say, don't look at the sun or the sundial. Look at the observation of the moon. Look at the sliver of the moon. Look at the different phases of the moon, how it changes every 7 days. Go by that. Don't go by what the word says. Because why? And they'll say, Yahuwah gave us the moon. It's perfect. Every 7 days it changes. It changes. So if you multiply 7 times 4, because you only have 4 Shabbats in a moon cycle, you only have 28 days. Well, that's kind of ironic, wouldn't you say? Because if it only has 28 days, what are we supposed to do with the other 2 days that's been spoken to us, not only in the book of Jubilees and also in the book of First Enoch, but also in the book of Daniel, book of Genesis. Let's go here. Let me show you guys something. I didn't plan this out, but we're gonna read this. Let's go to Genesis. I want you to see from the very beginning in the book called Genesis, which is a Greek word I found out a couple of weeks ago, by the way. Look at this. We're going to go to chapter 8. I think it's chapter 8. No, chapter 7. Genesis chapter 7. Let's read this here. Yep, and there is no 13th month. Nearly, I can't even say, I'll just say bruh. There is no 13th month. But there's people who believe that there's a 13th month, but there's not a 13th month. And why is there a 13th month? Because after 3 years, those who are following the moon will be 30 days behind, because every year you're 10 days behind, and that's going to accumulate. And at the end of the 3rd year, you're going to have 30 days. 30 days is going to give you another full month. So for every 3 years in the Hillel 2 calendar, that's where they're getting it from. It's called the Hillel 2 calendar. Every 3 years, you're going to have a leap month, an extra month. That is the 13th month. But again, you're not going to find a 13th month anywhere in the Apocryphas, anywhere between Genesis and Revelation. You're not going to find it anywhere in the Tanakh. You're not going to find it anywhere in the New Testament. You're not going to find no 13th month. What you will find is 13 patterns on the back of a turtle shell. You want to go with that? Is that what's going to be your way of keeping your months? Is because look, the back of my red-eared turtle has 13 segments. Yahuwah is talking to us through a turtle shell. He says he was going to talk to us through nature, right? Remove Randy, please. Thank you. The 13th month came in because of the Babylonian captivity. If you go back and you look at the Babylonian captivity, that was a teaching from the Babylonians. The Hillel 2 calendar. So let's read this. Genesis chapter 7. Look at this. Okay. To show you that the calendar that we follow is the calendar that is being told to us in Genesis chapter 7 during the days of Noah. That's right. During the days of Noah. Let's read it. And Yahuwah said to Noah, come into the ark, you and all your household, because I have seen that you are righteous before me in this generation. Side note, notice that Noah was righteous. I thought none of us are righteous. No, not one. Maybe you didn't understand what Shaul meant when he said that in the book of Romans. Let's continue. Of all the clean beasts, take with you 7 pairs. Of all the clean beasts, take you 7 pairs, a male and his female. And of the beasts that are unclean, 2, a male and his female. Of the birds of the Shamayim, 7 pairs, male and female, to keep offspring alive on the face of all the Arats. For after 7 more days, I am sending rain on the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and shall wipe from the face of the earth all that stand that I created. And Noah did according to all that Yahuwah commanded him. So notice that Noah did works. He was given instructions, and he followed the instructions. He was righteous. Now Noah was 600 years old when the flood waters were on the earth. Notice he was 600 years old. And Noah and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives went into the ark because of the waters of the flood. Of the clean beasts and of the beasts that are unclean, and of the birds and of all that creep on the earth, 2 by 2 they went into the ark to Noah, male and female, as Allah Elohim had commanded Noah. Now, when you read this in your so-called Sunday schools, they don't tell you about the clean animals and the unclean animals. You know why? Because it doesn't matter to them. All they want you to see is these cartoon characters are 2 giraffes, 2 elephants, 2 coyotes, 2 dogs, 2 cats, 2 pigs. They're not telling you, nor are they making a distinction that there are 7 pairs of clean animals and 2 pairs of unclean animals that went up on the ship. Just as a side note. So let's continue. And it goes on and says, and it came to be after 7 days that the waters of the flood were on the earth. That's verse 10, right? Then it goes on and says, and after verse 11, in the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, notice the word moon is here again. This right here is we're being introduced. You're being introduced. I'm being introduced to Yahuwah's calendar right here. We're being told about a 2nd month. Okay? It says on the 17th day of the month. On that day, all the fountains of the great deep were broken up, and the windows of the heavens were opened. And the rain was on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. On that same day, Noah, Sham, Ham, Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wife, and the 3 wives of his sons with them went into the ark. And then it goes on and talks about all the animals that was on there with him. And it says, verse 17, and the flood was on the earth 40 days, and the waters increased and lifted up the ark, and it rose high above the earth. And it talks about how this water was mighty and it covered all the surface and all of this, right? So then it comes over here and it says this. And the waters were mighty on the earth 150 days. And it goes on and says, and Allah Elohim remembered Noah, remember 150 days, 150. And Allah Elohim remembered Noah and all the beasts of all the cattle that were with him in the ark. And Allah Elohim made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters subsided, and the fountains of the deep and the windows of the Shama were open or were stopped, and the rains of the Shama was withheld, and the waters receded steadily from the Arats, from the earth. And at the end of the 150 days, the water diminished. And in the 7th month, this is not the moon cycle, even though it has the word moon here in italics, which I haven't crossed out yet. On the 17th day of the month, the ark rested on the mountains of Ararat. When did this happen? On the 7th month. Remember, he went in. What did it say? Let me find it. Verse 11. The 2nd month. 2nd month. And then it says here, 7th month. Okay? 2nd month to 7th month. So if we go from 2nd month to 7th month, let's do some math here. Okay? 2nd month to the 7th month. And it says right here on the 17th day, right, of the 7th month. What day did he enter into the ark? The 17th day of the 2nd month. 17th day of the 2nd month. Let's do this. Second month, and then we have the 7th month. Each month has 30 days. Each month has 30 days. From the 2nd month to the 7th month, exactly, because remember, he went in on the 17th and he came out, or the waters receded to the 17th day of the 7th month. All right? So let's do this. So 2 to 7, that's 5 months. Right? 5 months. Now, I'm no mathematician. But if each month equals 30 days, 5 times 30 gives you what? Let me see it in the chat. 5 times 30 gives you what? Hallelujah. We got some smart people in here. Now, if we was to do this according to the moon months, if the moon calendar is the correct calendar, people, if we was to do it according to the moon months, would it equal to 150 days? Would it equal to 150 days? It wouldn't, would it? Let's do this. Let me see. I think I have. Let me go here. Let me blow this up. And I showed this all to you earlier, because no matter what month you use, their calendar is still going to be the same, right? Okay. But this is how it works. So the new moon is going to be that little sliver. Yeah. And so it goes all the way to the 29th day. Notice they add this 30th day, which they really don't count. This is their void day of the month. They wait for the sighting of the moon again. Okay. But we understand that the moon cycle is not a 30-day cycle. It's usually between 29 and 30 days. 29, and sometimes there's a 28 month. 28 month. I have to go back and read the book. In fact, let me go here. Let's go to the book of Enoch, chapter 74, I believe it is. Let's go here. Let's take all this work out. Chapter 73, it talks about the smaller luminary, which we know is the moon. But it talks about how certain lunar months, notice I said lunar months, not regular months, that is based off of the moon, off of the sun, but the lunar month cycle is different. So let me see if I can find it here. It goes out, turns back, goes in. All right. Accomplishes 7 days. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, is it in chapter 75? No, chapter 75 talks about the 4 days that are not counted. All right, so let me see here. Where it goes. Let me read this, because I'm looking for a passage and it's not popping out to me just yet. But let me read this. 74. Chapter 74. And I saw another course, a law for her, meaning the moon, how according to that law she performs her monthly revolution. It's her monthly revolution, not the sun's monthly revolution, her monthly revolution, the moon's monthly revolution. And all these YAH, the set apart messenger, who is the leader of them all, showed to me and their positions, and I wrote them down, their positions as he showed them to me. And I wrote down their months as they were, and the appearance of their light until the 15 days were accomplished. In a single seventh parts, she accomplishes all her light in the east, and in the seventh parts accomplishes all her darkness in the west. And in certain months she alters her settings. Notice that. And in certain months she, the moon, alters her settings, and in certain months she pursues her own peculiar course. In 2 months the moon sets with the sun in those 2 middle portals, the third and the fourth. She goes out for 7 days and turns about and returns again through the portal where the sun rises and accomplishes her light, the moon's light, and she recedes from the sun. And in 8 days enters into the 6th portal. From that the sun goes out, and when the sun goes out from the 4th portal, she goes out 7 days until she goes out from the 5th and turns back again in 7 days into the 4th portal and accomplishes all her light. And she recedes and enters into the 1st portal in 8 days, and she returns again in 7 days into the 4th portal. From that the sun goes out. So I saw their position, how the moon rose and the sun sets in those days. And if I'm, and in, it should say, and in 5 years are added together, the sun has an overplus of 30 days. This is a typo. That should say in and not if. And so then it goes on and says, again, and in 5 years, which we're getting ready to do the math, and in 5 years are added together, the sun has an overplus. The sun has an overplus of 30 days. And all the days that accrue to it for one of those 5 years when they are full amounts to 364 days. This is the sun calendar. Okay. And the overplus of the sun, notice that, and of the stars, it doesn't say the moon, it says the sun and the stars amounts to 6 days in 5 years. Remember, it's talking about, and in 5 years are added together, the sun has an overplus of 30 days. Okay. So here we see that it's talking about how the sun has an overplus of 6 days that is accrued in 5 years. Now, this person says, well, pretty much saying you're wrong, didn't actually say I'm wrong, but that's what he was implying by saying you're wrong because the sun has a 365 and a quarter cycle. And this is when I said, do you not do any of the calendar studies with us? Because the book of Enoch talks about the 365 and a quarter day. There's an overplus of the sun having these days. This is what it's talking about here, what I have underlined. And the overplus of the sun. Why would there be an overplus if every day is supposed to be a day? Why would there be a leftover, a remainder? Because it's not talking about the 364 days that we are to keep. This is talking about an overplus. This is talking about your 365 and a quarter that the Gregorian calendar follows, the Catholic calendar follows. Okay, so it's telling us, it's not as if Yahuwah doesn't know his own calendar. Okay, he's telling Enoch, look, there's going to be 6 days of overplus in 5 years if you're following the sun cycle. So let me show you what I'm talking about. I've done this before and I'm going to do it again because we have some new people and we have people that are doubters. So we're talking about 5 years, right? So let's click 364 times 5. $18.20. If 364 times 5 years gives you 1,820. Okay, remember that. Now let's change this to 365 and a quarter, which is the sun cycle. 365.25 times, what was it? 5 years. Gives us what? Remember, the other one was 1,820. 1,820 was the last one. Here we have 1,826. Wouldn't you know it? Enoch was shown that there is 365 and a quarter days to the cycle of the sun. This is the overplus of the sun and of the stars that amounts to 6 days in 5 years. It's right here. But some people don't want to do the study and they just want to go and look at, oh, all this glossy material. They have all this stuff about the lunar cycle. So the lunar cycle must make sense to them, even though they so easily forget what we just read in Jubilees chapter 2, verse 9. Let's make this make sense. And Alu Elohim appointed the sun to be a great sign on the earth for days, not the moon. He appointed the sun for Sabbaths, not the moon. He appointed the sun for months, not the moon. He appointed the sun for your appointed time called feast days, the Moadim, not the moon. He appointed the years, or he appointed the sun, for years. I had a text that came through. I apologize. Not the moon. He appointed the sun for Sabbath of years, 7-year periods, not the moon. He appointed the sun for jubilees, not the moon. Now, let's go back to what we was reading in Genesis chapter 7, because I know some of you are probably like, well, that doesn't make sense because we have some from month 2 to month 7, we have some extra days. I'm glad you asked, because you see, here again is where you need to study, and you have to look into this matter and not just start jumping and be like, oh, no, 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 you're wrong, you're wrong. Aha, I caught you. You don't know what you're talking about. We got so many doubting Thomases out there, and I need you guys to just pay attention for a second. Let me turn this off, because I see people going crazy in the comments, and it is Shabbat. So check this out. Remember, I said, remember 150 days, okay? $150 days, right? So let me do this again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Second month. Oh, let me put an equal sign next to all of these. So second month, 30 days. Third month, 30 days. Fourth month, 30 days. Fifth month, 30 days. Sixth month, 30 days. Seventh month, 30 days. Equals 150, right? 30, 30, that's 60. 30, 30, that's 120. 30, did I do that right? Let me try that again. 30, 30, that's 60. 120, 150. So I did that wrong, because I shouldn't have gave it a full 30 here, because again, he went in the boat on the 17th day, and he came here on the 17th day. The boat rested on the 17th day, or the waters receded. Okay, so let me redo this. So this would be, and again, we can do the calendar B, but I wanted to put this here so I can get you all to see this. But we know that the second month has 30 days. The third month on the Enochian calendar, the Zadok calendar, actually has 31 days. Then we have the fourth month has 30 days. The fifth month has 30 days. The sixth month has 31 days on account of its sign. Okay, but this is what we forget when people want to start saying, "Oh, no, no, you don't know what you're talking about." Let me show you what I'm talking about. And we're gonna count it with the beads, so you all see that it is correct. But I want to take you to Enoch, and we were just there for a second, chapter 75. And these are the leaders of the heads of the thousands, verse 1, who are placed over the whole creation and over all the stars, and have also to do with the 4 intercalary days. 4 intercalary days. There's 1 intercalary day. 2 intercalary days. There's 4 of them in a year. There's 2 right there, just in what we just read. 4 intercalary days, being inseparable from their office, according to the reckoning of the year. Let me read that again. According to the reckoning, or another way to say it, according to the counting of the year. These render service on the 4 days that are not reckoned or not counted in the counting of the year. Okay, so when we read this passage here in the book of Genesis, where it says that the waters was on the earth for 150 days, remember, Noah went into the ark on the second month, specifically on the 17th day. So that's where the count would start, not from the very beginning. And that's why this is off when I say 30 there. I apologize for that. So now let's read this. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, on the 17th day of the month, on that day, all the fountains of the great deep were broken up, and the windows of the Shamayim were open. Okay? And then here we see, and in the 7th month, the 17th day of the month, the ark rested on the mountains of Ararat. So, instead of using the bead, I'm going to use our calendar because it's bigger and quicker, and we can do it that way. It's a lot easier. Give me a second. Okay, that ain't it. Right here. Okay, and open up this. There we go. And then we're going to blow this up. Now we're going to do some counting together. 17th day, right here. Okay. Now that year, we don't know what you call it. What was I getting at? Oh no, never mind. My mind was going somewhere else. So here we see the 17th day is the day after a Shabbat, right? Same thing we was just reading in Exodus chapter 16 when it says that they came to the wilderness of Zin on the 15th day. We know the next day was a Shabbat. Well, here we know Noah and his family were in the ark on the 17th day of his 600th year of his life. 17th day. All right, so let's see. Let's start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Third month. Where we at? 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, extra day, but we're going to count it. 44, so that makes it what, 45? Am I right? Okay. I hope I didn't mess up by doing that. 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. 50. But remember, I counted the 2 days that we weren't supposed to count. You see that? So that brought us back over here. We should be over here. Do you guys follow what I'm saying? So if I go back to month 2, they went in on the 17th. They went in on the 17th. So if you start counting 1, 2, 3, and going on forward, this day is not to be counted. This day is not to be counted. This is the day that we just read in Enoch chapter 75. There are 4 days that are not to be counted or reckoned in the counting of a year. This day is not to be counted. Okay? That's why you're going to have your count off, and it's showing you that this is the calendar that is being used. All right? And then you go here again to the 5th month, and then to the 6th month, and then we have again an intercalary day, a day that is not to be counted. So if you're skipping these days, or skipping this day here, the 31st day, when you get to the 7th month, it's going to bring you right here to the 17th day. Exactly what it said right here. And the waters were mighty on the earth 150 days. And it says here, and on the 7th month of the 17th day of the month, the ark rested on the mountains of Ararat. So it is exactly 150 days minus the 2 intercalary days. And you can do the count yourself and see that it is correct. Don't start on the 17th. That's where they went into the ark on the 2nd month. From that point, you start counting and you get 150. Does everybody see that? I just turned on the comments. Does everybody see that? And yes, it's the day before the Shabbat. Exactly, Miria. So again, we see that this calendar, this restored calendar that Yahuwah has opened your eyes and my eyes to now have received, this is the calendar. Anybody want to follow the moon calendar? Let them do what they want to do. Let them be what they want to be. Let them go ahead and follow the lunacy of the lunar calendar. Because there you can't speak to people who have a spell over over their eyes. They can't see it. They're under a spell. They're under a spell. Hallelujah. Abba Yahuwah has given us his sure word. Okay. When we read stuff like what we read in the book of Enoch, Aki Lester says this all the time. I don't know if Aki Lester is here. I thought I saw him earlier. But and Aki Lester says this a lot about the calendar. Okay. That the calendar has been given to his people so that they can follow it. It's not who's right and who's wrong. It's about what the truth is. People always want to try to test you because they think that they see something that you don't know what you're talking about. And when you show passages like this, and just like I'm showing it again, it's very clear we should not be following the moon. It's too clear. It is just plain as day. This should be the end of all arguments of following the moon. If you understand Jubilees chapter 2, verse 9, you know that the moon has nothing to do with your everyday calendar. It has nothing to do with the Sabbath. It has nothing to do with the feast days. So two things are going to happen in the mind. Either you're not going to believe that the book of Jubilees is valid. That would be the only argument that a person can have. Well, the book of Jubilees isn't canon, so I'm not going by that calendar. Okay, do yourself a service and find the door. See ya. Or you might be one who wants to do like some other people and say, because it doesn't fit your criteria, and say, oh, this is Jeremiah chapter 8, verse 8, the lying pens of the scribes. Oh, it's just so easily for you to just place that upon something because it doesn't agree with your doctrine. The scripture is very clear. The scripture is very clear. I'm going to show you some other ones. And that's just from Genesis. Okay, so you can see here that every month is 30 days. Every month is 30 days. It is not some months 29 and some months 30. Some months 29, some months 30. That's how the moon works. The moon is not stable in her ways. The moon wanders in her ways. The sun is literally clockwork. Literally. The sun is clockwork. Just like I heard Aki Lester bring this up, and I'm in 100% agreement. The scroll, the Dead Sea Scrolls, called the scroll of the wars of the sons of light against the sons of darkness. Why is that even given to us? It's because those of us who follow the true calendar as opposed to those who follow the dark calendar. What's the dark calendar? The moon calendar. When does the moon have its authority? In the night. When does the sun have its authority? In the day. Who are we? We are sons of light, sons of the day. What are we not? We're not sons of darkness nor of the night. So why are we following the moon? There's just too many things that goes against the moon for someone to be following that. And again, it's not for me to pull somebody out of the moon calendar, because only Abba Yahuwah can do that. He's the one who opens up the eyes of those who are going to see this truth. Either you see it or you don't. And if you don't see it, you need to pray to Abba Yahuwah that he will reveal it to you, because if you don't see it, you're not going to keep your Sabbath the proper day. You're not going to keep your feast days on the proper day. You're not going to keep a lot of things on its proper day. And by doing so, you are in error. It's one thing when you don't know because of your ignorance. Abba Yahuwah looks past our ignorance. But when the revelation has been given to you, when it has been exposed to your understanding, like when you see what I just showed you in Jubilees chapter 2, verse 9, and you're looking at the text and you still say, no, I'm following the moon. Now you're held accountable because you're in defiance of the Creator's word, not my words, not because somebody put it in a book. You're in defiance of your Creator, the one that you say that you believe and you love and that you follow. But you can't be following him if you're following a different calendar. You're not on his appointed times. And the whole earth has been created for him. It's all for him. The times that we're keeping, when the sun comes up and when it goes down, this whole creation, hence why we remember the Sabbath. It was all created for him. So anyone who comes around later on to change the time, who can change the calendar, who can tell you to change the appointed times, that is nothing but the devil. The devil is the one who has inserted that teaching to the masses that are following the lunar solar calendar right now. And those who are following the wrong Enoch Zadok calendar right now, because they don't know when it begins. They're starting it and they want to connect it to the Gregorian days of the week. Oh, we follow the 364-day calendar count, but we start our count depending on when Wednesday appears from the spring equinox. What do they mean by that? They're saying that if the spring equinox happens on a Tuesday, then the very next day would be the first day of the year for them because it falls on a Wednesday. Why? Because 4 days later, from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, they have a Saturday Sabbath. But if it doesn't land, and let's say it lands on a Thursday, these people will wait a whole week so that they'll start their count. They're literally delaying the count of Abba Yahuwah's days, 6 whole days, and then start on that Wednesday to say, okay, now this is the first day of the year, so we can have a 7-day Sabbath that falls on a Saturday. There's a lot of them out there too. These are all erroneous calendars. But there's people who are doing this. I can show you, website after website of people who are doing these kind of counts. So thank Abba Yahuwah that your eyes have been open to the true counting method. When you are supposed to start your year. When you are to keep your Sabbaths. How you are to make your count, to number your days. Why today is the Shabat. And we know it to be firm. We know that we are in alignment with the Shamaim, with the heavens. Because as we're doing the Sabbath here, it was given to us from heaven. We're following the pattern in the Shamaim. Abba Yahuwah said that he was going to give a certain group of people to keep the Sabbath, along with the angels, to eat and drink on the Sabbath, to celebrate his creation. And you don't think it's important? People are going to just change it and make it any day of the week that they want because they think every day is the Sabbath day? That's nowhere in Scripture. Again, we've done this before, but again, because there's people that don't know this information, we're going to talk about another passage here in the book of Daniel chapter 10 and in the book of Daniel chapter 12. But let's do the chapter 10 first. Daniel chapter 10, verse 1. In the 3rd year of Koresh, sovereign of Persia, a word was revealed to Daniel, the Nabi, whose name was called, this is his slave name, Daniel's slave name in Babylon, Belshazzar. Like you may have a different last name. I'm not talking about our Caucasian brothers and sisters. I'm talking about those of you who have been a victim of slavery or inquisition. If you have a Spanish last name, but you're not from Spain, your family doesn't hail from Spain, you have become a victim of Inquisition, the Catholic Inquisition. So you end up with last names that are Spanish, like Cortez or Alvarez, these last names. Or if you're from the slave trade, you're going to have last names like Johnson or Freeman or Spencer, like mine, or Smith, right? So here it is. Daniel has his slave name, Belshazzar. This is when he was in Babylon. And it goes on and says, and the word was true, and the conflict great. And he understood the word and had understanding of the vision, talking about Daniel. So now it comes into first speech here, or first person. In those days, I, Daniel, was mourning, not mourning like the sun coming up. 3 weeks of days. Listen to the reading. 3 weeks of days. Okay. It doesn't say he was mourning 3 weeks. It says 3 weeks of days. Very key. He says, I did not eat desirable food and meat and wine, did not come into my mouth, and I did not anoint myself at all until the completion, of 3 weeks of days. Again, till the completion of 3 weeks of days. He didn't say till the completion of 3 weeks. He's letting it be known that it was 3 weeks of days. How do we know he's talking about this to give us the true understanding? Notice verse 4. And on the 24th day of the first month, again, we get our clue. Daniel is talking about the true calendar, and I'm going to show you. He says here specifically, 24th day of the first month. So let's go to the first month and let's look at the 24th day. There's the 24th day of the month. You see that? Month 1, 24th day. Now, what do we find that's so interesting? What did he say here? He said he was mourning for 3 weeks of days. He didn't eat no food for 3 weeks of days. Okay? 3 weeks of days. Now, many of you who have done this study with me, and as we have studied this together and found out, let me take you to Jubilees chapter 50 real quick, because I need to set the foundation of why this is important to understand. Remember here it says this about whoever fasts. This is verse 12. Whoever fasts on a Sabbath, the one who does any of these things on a Sabbath shall die. Okay? We are not to fast on a Sabbath. The first thing that comes into a lot of people's minds, well, what about the Messiah? Wasn't he fasting for 40 days and 40 nights in the wilderness? We'll get there. Again, people are reading into the text because we don't have a Hebraic understanding, nor were we taught the Torah to understand that these are the instructions, and Yahuwah never, ever goes against his instructions, ever. Never, ever, ever. Okay? So if he's telling his people that we are not to fast on the Sabbath, what makes you think he's going to fast on the Sabbath? But just to give you some credence to what we're talking about, notice that Daniel understood the same instruction. This is why I wanted you to understand where he said 3 weeks of days. Notice this. I did not eat desirable food or meat and wine and did not come into my mouth. I did not anoint myself at all till the completion of 3 weeks of days. Here we have a marker, 24th day of the month. This is when he broke his fast. Okay. On the 24th day of the month, he says that this angel came to him. Okay. So let's go back here and let's start reading about 3 weeks of days. So 3 weeks of days would be 21 days. How do we end up with 24? Well, let's go back. What we're being told is he started his fast on the spring equinox, the first day of the year. Let me show you. 1, 2. Remember, he said he fasted 3 weeks of days. That would be 21 days. 1, 2, 3. He didn't fast on the Sabbath. 3 days. Don't count that day. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Don't count that day. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Don't count that day. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. What do you know? 3 weeks of days. The 21st day. That's how he ended up on the 24th day of the first month. These 3 days, he broke his fast to eat and then started back up his fast again. Just like what we're seeing here. Once again, even in the book of Daniel, we see that Daniel was following the same calendar. Who doesn't see that? Who doesn't see that? Let me see it in the chat. Who does not see that? Because I'll do it again. Everybody sees it? If you don't see it, don't feel bashful. Don't feel ashamed or anything like that. We can go back and go back over it so that you see it. Minnie Berry, you don't see it? Minnie Berry, you say you don't see it. Okay, so let me show you again, okay? Notice here, 24th day of the first month, okay? Remember, Daniel said that he fasted for 3 weeks of days. It doesn't say he fasted 3 weeks continuously. He fasted 3 weeks of days. So accumulation of all the days, it came out to 21 days. 3 times 7 is 21, right? Each week is 7. 3 sevens. 3 plus 3 plus 3, 7 plus 7 plus 7. 21 days, okay? But we see here, he says that, and on the 24th day of the first month, while I was by the side of the great river that is Hiddekel, okay? This is when he had this vision. He ended his 3 weeks of fast, okay, of days of fasting. So by process of elimination, all we have to do, you can either go backwards or you can go forward. The reason why I know it started here at the very beginning, he started his fast on the first day of the year, Rosh Hashanah, the head of the year, okay, Rosh Hashanah. And so when we count this, again, that's going to be 21 days. He said 3 weeks of days. 3 weeks, 3 times 7 is 21 days. Again, we don't fast on the Shabbat, Minnie Berry. I showed you that in Jubilees chapter 50, verse 12. Okay? So if you start counting, 1, 2, 3, skip over Shabbat, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, let me do that again. I'm over here following the numbers. 1, 2, 3, skip. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, skip. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, skip. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 3 times 7, 21. This is why he ends up on the 24th day. And he mentions it in his book on the 24th day of the first month while I was by the side of the great river that is Hiddekel. He sees a certain person dressed in this gold of Upas. Okay, so again, we see that the calendar that we're keeping, and I'm doing this to confirm to you that this is the true calendar count that we are following. You are not to be using the moon. Okay, even though the argument should stop at Jubilees chapter 2, verse 9, I shouldn't have to show this, but this is confirmation because as it says in Hebrews, where is it here? Let me get my tab here. Hebrews chapter 11. What does it say about Amunah? What does it say about belief? And belief, yours may say faith, is the substance of what is expected or what is hoped for, the evidence or proof, and I'm showing you proof of what is not seen. So now we have to show it so you can see the true calendar being spoken of from Genesis. We're not even using Jubilees. We're not even using Enoch. Genesis chapter 7, Daniel chapter 10, okay? And I'm going to show you another one out of the book of Daniel. Minnie Berry, I hope that helped you out. I don't know if it did or not, but if it doesn't, please take it to Abba Yahuwah in Palal and meditate on that passage in chapter 10, okay, of Daniel. Chapter 10, verses 1 to 4. Just meditate on it, and he'll give you the understanding if you really want to understand. Okay. KLN, from what I understand about the Sabbath is that we honor, we don't use that word, but that's okay. I know you probably don't know what we know right now, but that's all right. We honor Yahuwah and we worship Alua Elohim, the mighty ones, on the Sabbath day. And then you say Saturday. So am I correct? That's what we thought. That's what we thought. We thought that the Sabbath was on a Saturday. The Sabbath is not on a Saturday. Okay. And reason why KLN is because the so-called Saturday Sabbath is not connected to the sun whatsoever. The SUN. If I was to put you in a cave, KLN, and you was in that cave and you was deprived, you were light deprived, light deprivation, okay? Deprived of light. You can't see light because you're in a cave and it's dark, okay? Just as a scenario. And days have gone by. We know what day it is, but you don't. And then you come out of the cave, KLN, and I ask you, do you know what day of the week it is? And you're going to say no. Who would know? You wouldn't know. You've been light deprived. You don't know when the sun came up and when the sun went down. You don't know what day it is. Okay? Abba Yahuwah, the creator, he has given us a way to know what day we're on, what month we're on, and what season we are on. You will go no more than 91 days to find that information out if you know the sundial, if you know how to read the sun shadow on the ground. You'll know. You'll know exactly what day. You'll know when the Sabbath is to occur. You'll know all of that just by looking at the sundial over a 91-day period at the max. Okay? But if you came out and you started looking and the very next day was the spring equinox or the summer solstice or the fall equinox or the winter solstice, you would be right back on track that very day. You would know exactly where you're at on Yahuwah's calendar. That's how intricate and how our Abba Yahuwah has given us a witness. He says that the heaven and earth is a witness unto us. It's a witness. The sun casts its shadow upon the earth, and we look at the shadow on the earth as a witness of his calendar. This is why he said on the fourth day, he created the sun, moon, and the stars for what? What does it say there in verse 14 of Genesis chapter 1? And Aluah Elohim said, let lights come to be in the expanse of the Shamayim, to separate the day from the night, and let them be for signs, appointed times, for days and years. Anyone who's following Saturday, Sunday, or to say Sunday, Monday, all the way to Saturday, you're not keeping this. You're keeping a man-made construct that was given to you by the Catholic Church. It's called the Gregorian calendar. And the world has been following that Gregorian calendar since the 1300s, I believe is when it was. Might even been a little earlier than that. Before then, it was the Julian calendar. All of this is Roman count. It's all part of the Roman Empire. We are in the fourth kingdom. That fourth kingdom is the Roman kingdom, the Holy Roman Empire. And we're following the Holy Roman Empire's calendar to this very day. That's where you get your Sunday through Saturday. That's where you get your months of the year. That's where you get all your holidays that you follow. It's all from the Catholic Church. So Daniel chapter 12, let me show you this one. I've been over this with you all before, and this one's a lot easier to be able to recognize. 12 verse 11. And from the time that the continual is taken away and the abomination that lays waste is set up is 1,290 days. 1,290 days minus the intercalary days, minus the transitional seasonal days is 43 months. 43 divided by 1,290 days gives you exactly 3.5 years. You get 30 days out of each one of those months. 43 months, each month being 30 days. Okay? So that's 2 in the book of Daniel. Now let me show you in the book of Acts. Let me see if I can remember where this one's at. This one's a little more difficult. This is one of the newer ones that I found. I think a few of us was looking over this a couple of months ago. Where is it that they went on that trip? Any of you who, Aki Nick or Aki Lester or any of you, do you guys remember where that passage is in Acts where it talks about Paul and them that were going on a trip? And was it chapter 15? Let me see. Where is it here? Let me see. There's one in the book of Acts, and I can't recall. Acts 20, to that time, Mr. Kane. Andy, you said 29. Carlito says 13. I could use to slow down on food on Shabbat. Let me see. Let me see which one it is. Let me see. Yep, it's 20. That's the one. Okay. So check this out. This is the one I'm looking for. But I'll look at those other two because there might be something there that you guys have seen and I haven't studied that one out. I can only show what I know, right? And if you guys are showing me something new, I definitely want to check it out. Okay, to the top for that. Who was that? I think it was Mr. Kane. To the top, Aki, Mr. Kane. So this one is in Acts chapter 20. Acts chapter 20. Look at this one. Acts chapter 20, let me bring this out just a little bit. Verse 1, after the uproar had ceased, Shaul called the taught ones to him, and having embraced them, went away to go to Macedonia. And having gone through those parts and having encouraged them with many words, he came to Greece, where he spent 3 months. When he was about to sail to Syria, he decided to return through Macedonia as a plot was made against him by the Yahudim. And he was accompanied by Sopater of Beroia and Aristarchus and Secundos of the Thessalonians, and Gaius of Derbe, and Timotheus, and Tuchios, and Tromophos of Asia. Ooh, boy, them some words. And these, going ahead, waited for us at Troas. And we sailed away from Philippi after the days of unleavened bread. There's the key point. And came to them at Troas in 5 days, where we stayed 7 days, and on the first day of the week. So this right here, verses 6 and 7, is telling us about the calendar. Shaul is using Yahuwah's calendar to let us know what had transpired on these days. So the first key that we have here is the days of unleavened bread. Okay, after the days of unleavened bread, and came to them at Troas in 5 days. So now let's go here. Let's look at after the days of unleavened bread, right here in the first month. Okay, this is after the days of unleavened bread, and it says here, after the days of unleavened bread, and came to them at Troas in 5 days, where we stayed 7 days. So let's try this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Uh-oh, I might have hit it twice. I did. 5, 6, 7. Right? Isn't that what it said? Yes, we're going to do that again. It said, after the days of unleavened bread came to them at Troas in 5 days, where we stayed 7 days, and on the first day of the week. And that's how I ended up on the first day of the week. Okay, so let's go back to after this is the last day of unleavened bread. I know we all agree, right? The 7th day of unleavened bread. So we start counting after the 21st, right? Okay. So we're going to count after the 21st. Again, this is the first month. Let me look here. Let's follow instructions. After the days of unleavened bread came to them at Troas in 5 days. So let's count 5 days from after the days of unleavened bread. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 5. And then it says, where we stayed 7 days. Okay, so let's count. That's 5, right? Remember, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where they stayed 7 days. 1, 2, 3, 4. Click on that. I'm looking through the phone. That's why it's a little hard. 5, 6, 7. Okay, notice what it says here. And on the day 1 of the week, 7 fell where? Right there, right? 7. What's that? Yom 1, first day of the week. This is when they appeared. So again, we see here in the book of Acts, this all coincides and lines up with the true calendar. You can't do that on no lunar solar calendar. It doesn't fit. It doesn't make sense, because it's all going to be in the way of other days. Mary Yahulin, so they traveled on the Sabbath 2 times by sea. No, you would be reading into that. What probably ended up happening, if I understand, Shaul, who was a Pharisee of Pharisees, he probably had them dock somewhere and didn't travel on Shabbat, because he's going to keep the commandments. He's going to keep commandments. I mean, this man was unaliving followers of the way because he felt like they weren't keeping Torah. Okay. So again, following this, we understand that they stayed there 7 days, and it was on the first day of the week. So all of that lines up with what we just read. Again, if you go back to here, after the days of unleavened bread. First one said 5 days. They got to Troas. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, right? Yep, 5. And then it says 7 days after that, and it ended up being the first day of the week. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. First day of the week. Okay. Now, it doesn't say that they traveled on those 2 Shabbats. I would have to beg to differ to say that they did not. Okay, again, because Shaul knows the scriptures. He knows the Torah. He knows that they're not supposed to be traveling on no Shabbat. So did I miss somebody? Said they had a question, Don? What was the question? Uncle Jimmy, Daniel fasted on a feast day. He fasted, yes, because again, at that time there was no they were in exile. Daniel was in exile. This is before the Messiah came, right? Daniel was in exile. The kingdom of Judah was taken to Babylon by Nebuchadnezzar and his armies. Okay. And since there was no temple, because Nebuchadnezzar and them tore it down, they couldn't keep the Pesach, nor could they keep the Feast of Unleavened Bread. They were in captivity. Okay. This is one of the arguments that people like to use about those of us now. We're not in the land. You can't keep the feast days and all this other mess. But they forget what the Messiah said in John chapter 4 to the woman at the well, that we are going to worship him, not on this mountain or the mountain in Jerusalem anymore. Okay. So, to answer your question, he did fast on starting from the very first day of the year until the 24th day. Okay, minus the 3 Shabbats. Dawn, you said MI had a question about JESUS and healing. That doesn't have anything to do with the calendar, so I'm not going there. We're sticking to what we're talking about. We're talking about the calendar right now, and how the new moon is not the new moon. It's the new month. Oh, so Mrs. Kristen. Okay, so when we go to Matthew chapter 4, okay, and it doesn't show us like exactly when he started. There's no clue of when he started his fast, as far as I see. Now, if somebody sees it, please tell me. But here it says, verse 2, and having fasted 40 days and 40 nights, he was hungry. When people read this, they automatically assume that the Messiah did not eat nor drink for 40 days and 40 nights. We got to remember that our Messiah, being in the form of Alua Elohim, did not regard equality with Alua Elohim as a matter to be grasped, but emptied himself, taking the form of a servant, and came to be in the likeness of a man. So what are we being told here? He was found in the fashion of a man. He did not have his supernatural abilities. Okay. When our Messiah was here and he was out in the wilderness, there is not a single man, woman, or child, or any monk, or any prophet, or anyone in this physical body, without the aid or the help miraculously from Yahuwah, is able to sustain themselves for 40 days and 40 nights without food and water. It's literally impossible. I'm not lying. I'm just telling you, the human body, and our Messiah was found in a human body. He wasn't found in his esteemed body. He didn't have his celestial heavenly body. Okay. He was in a weak body like us, with all of its weaknesses. All right. Again, putting everything together, we know we're not supposed to fast on the Shabbat. The Messiah did not fast on a Shabbat. It says that he fasted 40 days. Now you can read into that and say that he fasted 40 days straight. It doesn't say that. It says that he fasted 40 days and 40 nights. Just like what we read in Daniel. Okay. 3 weeks of days. He made it very clear that that was not a successional days of fasting. He did not fast 21 days without a break. He had a break on those Shabbats that would come up through the week. That weekly Shabbat, you cannot fast. You cannot fast. So the Messiah here, and let's put this into perspective too, Cody Kristen. I live here in the desert Southwest. Jerusalem is in the desert. Okay. In fact, where our Messiah was taken, it says here, after he was immersed by Yohanan, and we know he was immersed in the Jordan, and the Jordan runs through the desert. All right. Again, we're not told what time of the year this occurred. Even if it was in the winter, it's still a very dry, arid environment. Okay, the Dead Sea is right there. The most full, the highest concentration of salt anywhere on the earth is literally right there by the Jordan. The Jordan empties into the Dead Sea. Okay. The Messiah was in a very arid, dry place. Are we to believe that a person would fast for 40 days without water? We're not even talking about food. Let's just go with water, because a person can go without food for many, many days. Okay. Many days. But water, which is a key ingredient that the body needs to have organs function properly, your mind functioning properly, right? Because your brain is an organ. You need water, you need liquid to continue to sustain you for many days. Yeah, you might be able to go 3 days, 4 days, a week without water. But now let's add the environment that our Creator is in. He's in the desert. Any of you who's ever lived in the desert, like I do, you'll know that the desert literally strips your body of moisture. Okay, it's literally pulling the water out of your skin. If you've ever sweated in the desert, like you're playing basketball or you go jogging, the sweat evaporates so fast on your skin that it literally turns into salt crystals. Have you ever seen that before? Has any of you ever seen that before? Or have you ever experienced that before in the desert? Where you sweat and the sweat is drying up so fast on your skin that it turns it, you can literally feel the salt crystals when you rub your hand over your skin because it dried up so fast. Well, the reason why I'm bringing all this up is because our Messiah, who came in the form of a man, who was found in the form of a man, he was not in his supernatural ability, skin or body or any of that. He came as one of us. He had to be one of us to pay for our transgressions. So there was nothing about him, as he says, that was special. He came to do the Father's will. This is why he's showing us how we're to also do the Father's will. When our Messiah went out into that wilderness, what we're reading about here, where he fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, he will not break his own commandments that he gave to Masha when the children of Yasharah was in the wilderness. Again, either you're going to take the book of Jubilees as being authoritative, or you're going to say that this is Jewish folklore, or that it's a legend, or that this has no weight because it wasn't found and it wasn't canonized by the people that you respect and value their words to say, oh yeah, well, such and such says that the book of Jubilees is correct, so I'm going to go with that. All I'm saying is that the book of Jubilees is valid. The book of Jubilees does not in any way, fashion, or form speaks against anything that I have read, but don't take my word for it. Please study it out yourself. There's nothing in the book of Jubilees that I see that goes contrary to anything that's written from Genesis to Malachi. Let me see here. I thought I just saw somebody say something. So now, as we're talking about this calendar, and Cody Kristen, I don't know if I answered your question, but again, the 40 days and 40 nights that our Messiah was out in the wilderness. Again, if we're to take all the counsel of Yahuwah, there is no way that our Messiah was without water for 40 days. He might have been without food for 40 days. But again, if we're to take what the book of Jubilees say, then he was not allowed to fast. He had to eat something on those Shabbats during that 40-day time period. Revelation chapter 12. Again, from Genesis to Revelation, we're seeing that this same calendar is being used. Nowhere do we see the moon being used. Verse 6 of Revelation 12. And the woman fled into the wilderness, where she has a place prepared by Alua Elohim to be nourished there for 1,260 days. Again, 1,260 days is perfectly divisible by 30, and you get exactly 42 months, 42 30-day periods. Okay? Same calendar. Nothing's changed. Same thing, Revelation chapter 13, verse 5. And he, the anti-Messiah, was given a mouth speaking great matters and blasphemies, and he was given authority to do so for 42 months. 42 months? 1,260 days. 3.5 years. And this is minus the intercalary days, 30-day periods. All right. So again, we see that this calendar from cover to cover is being used. This is the true calendar. I don't know how much I can express this from my own understanding. Since I've come into this truth, I have been promoting this calendar, and I will continue to promote this calendar because this calendar is the true calendar. I've tried all the other calendars, and when I say I've tried it, I'm telling you, I've tried it. I've lived it, some for years, like Sabbath from evening to evening on a Saturday, from Friday evening to Saturday evening. I did that for years when I first came into the truth. Did it for years. And then right after that, I went into the lunar Sabbath understanding. Literally, that was the next calendar that I followed. Then after that, I followed this guy named Nick Vanderlane. Some of you know him. He's got his own calendar. Again, he's one that's one day off because he starts his 364-day count the day after the spring equinox and not on the day of spring equinox. And we know it's supposed to be on the spring equinox because Enoch chapter 72 tells us that when the sun comes out of that great portal, that fourth portal, and it rises out of that great portal 30 days in a succession, meaning without break, okay, that lets you know that the very first day is the spring equinox. For 30 days, it comes out of that fourth portal. So you can't start the count the next day. It has to be on the spring equinox. Another to show you, another identifying marker to show you that the day starts in the spring equinox is when you get to the summer solstice. If you count back 91 days, guess what day you fall on as the first day of the year? Not the day before or the day after the spring equinox, but on the day of the spring equinox. So again, we have a witness. So anyone who wants to start their year, their calendar year, starting the count whenever they feel like it, they're wrong. Plain and simple, they're wrong. You want to follow the moon? You're wrong. You want to follow the stars? You're wrong. It's clear and it's evident that the sun, the sun, is what we are to use. It has been appointed by Yahuwah. To do anything else is to be rebel or rebellious. You are a rebel. So Hezekiah, you say one today, including Judaism. Let me see. I don't know if that's everything you're saying because I'm not understanding. How does keeping the physical law, Shabbat, feast days, etc., correlate with the spiritual law and keep that? Having a circumcised heart, etc.? Yes. The Pharisees were more zealous about Torah than any. Yes, but the problem with the Pharisees is that they were adding and also taking away, which we have been forewarned not to do in the book of Deuteronomy. Okay, we are not to add nor to take away a single word from his instructions. So, to answer your question, our feast days that we keep now, the appointed times that we keep now, we observe them, we memorialize them. But as far as the sacrifices that were attached to them, we don't do those. And you know why? Because the Messiah fulfilled the sacrificial laws and the ceremonial sacrificial laws. Those are done away with. Okay. However, the spiritual implication of the offering of the sacrifices are still carried over because we now, spiritually speaking, are the temple. We now have the spiritual altar, which is our mouth. Okay. Your mouth is what consumes, just like the fire consumes what's on the altar. Your mouth is now that altar. Your mouth also brings forth the offerings that are the ascending offerings. The ascending offerings is your words, your voice, your palal, your praise, your worship. It goes before Abba Yahuwah, just like it says in Hebrews chapter 13, verse 15. The Hebrew writer says in 13:15, through him, that is the Messiah, then, let us continually offer up a slaughter offering of praise to Alua Elohim, that is the fruit of our lips, giving thanks to his name. So, two things. One, we're giving thanks from the fruit of our lips. This is the ascending offering. That's a sweet smelling aroma in his nostrils. And you also need to know the name. We're giving thanks to his name, a name that he has given to his people. He says that he shall give us his name, not man, not no religious institution. They're not going to tell you what the name is. No, Yahuwah told us what his name is, and it is Yahuwah. And so let me see here. So Psalms 119, 108 says the same thing about the fruit of our lips. Let's go there. I have it right here as my little note. 119, 108. Let's go there. 119, 108. King Dawood said this: please accept the voluntary offerings of my mouth, O Yahuwah, and teach me your right rulings. That is to say, teach me your Torah. All praise, path of praise music. All praise to Abba Yahuwah for revealing his true calendar to you. Yes. And it's just like some of us when we first come into this truth, right? We seem to, not everyone, but most of us, we seem to take the same steps. And this is why we know this is a thing that Abba Yahuwah is doing with his people. We come out of Christianity and we go into a Hebrew roots movement. We go from the Hebrew roots movement and we start doing some individual studying of our own, and we start realizing, oh man, even the Hebrew roots movement have a whole bunch of traditions, right? So then we start looking into finding groups and others that are starting to think like we think and we think like they think. And then we find out, oh, well, some of them don't want to let go of certain traditions like the moon calendar. They want to hold on to it. And I love some of our Akis and Akodis, but they're following the wrong calendar. And I can't change them. So I don't associate with them because, that is just going to be, head against head friction. And we do know that there's going to be some friction, iron sharpening iron, but the iron sharpening iron is because they're both working to a common cause to be sharper, not when you're over here debating like you're seeing in a lot of these rooms, and they're debating to their own demise and to their own destruction. They're not learning anything. They just want to prove themselves to be right. And so now they have this what's the word I'm looking for? It starts with the R and I can't even think of it. They have this recognition that this is what they believe in. So now they can't let go of that recognition of what they believe in because they've been boasting about it out there. And Yahuwah forbid that all of a sudden they're wrong. because now they have to humble themselves, right? I had to do that. I've shared that many times here, and I'm going to share it again because I know that we have some new people. So when I first came into this calendar and I understood that we're supposed to keep a 364-day calendar from what I was reading from First Enoch, chapter 74 or 72, Jubilees, reading the book of Jubilees, okay, and then also reading the Dead Sea Scrolls, I realized I have to keep a 364-day calendar. And I just told you that I was following this guy by the name of Nick Vanderlane. He has a channel on YouTube. So he was very instrumental in me understanding a lot of things, but yet again, he wasn't counting it properly. So as I was following him, and here I am on TikTok 3 years ago, almost to the day, I came across these other brothers, no names to be mentioned. Some of you know who I'm talking about. And because we don't agree with them either, because they have a problem with the blood of the Messiah. And anybody who has a problem with the blood of Messiah, I don't care what calendar you're following. I don't care what you call him by the name, even if you know him as Yahuwah and Yahusha, which they do. But you want to downplay the blood. You want to act like we're all bloodthirsty vampires and all this other stuff. I have to disassociate with people like that. But these people who had said all of this stuff about the blood of Yahusha and watering it down and calling us bloodthirsty people, Yahuwah used them to open my eyes to the count of the calendar. And I told them, I said, look, if you guys are correct, and this was on a live, on one of their lives, if you guys are correct, I will come back here to the same channel and I will openly tell everyone that I was wrong and that you guys were correct on the way that we're supposed to keep the calendar. And sure enough, that's what happened. I was wrong. They were correct. And so I came and I professed on their live, not to show that they were true, but that humility is what's needed. Humbleness is what's needed. Anytime somebody is wrong, we should own up to it because we should want to line up with the truth and not according to our ego and pride. And that's where I'm at with this. So anytime somebody wants to come and try to, correct me, I'm open. I'm very open. I can tell you of other stories, all having to do with the calendar. As I was trying to learn it, that even my 19-year-old, at the time he was 19 years old, my nephew, and I was 40 something years old, and I'm bringing him or trying to bring him into the truth. And he shared with me, that the lunar Sabbath is incorrect. And he was like, Uncle, you need to look at this. I was like, all right, I'm at work right now, but, send me over whatever you have and I'll look into it. Sure enough, I looked at it and lo and behold, my nephew was correct. Now, you know how this goes when younger people are trying to tell older people that they're wrong. The first thing that comes up, how dare you? Or you don't know what you're talking about. I'm older than you. All of this stuff, not having a humble heart and a contrite spirit and a teachable spirit at that. When Abba Yahuwah will use even a donkey to talk to Balaam, and you don't think I'm going to allow Yahuwah to talk to me through my nephew? Or through somebody that I don't associate with anymore because they're talking about the blood of Yahusha as being nothing and that we're bloodthirsty? I share all of that, again, not who I am, but the way that we need to be. Mashpaka. We have to be willing to learn. We have to be willing to want to grow. If we're not wanting to do that and you want to stick to your guns and you want to stick to what you believe in, you want to stick 10 toes down in what it is that you believe, even if it's wrong, it's a destruction to you. It's a destruction to you. Let's see. The blood of Yahusha is what he said. The heart pumps blood, the abundance of the man's heart, so shall he speak. Let's see. Can you show the name Yahusha and why it's Yahusha? Because prophecy and the word is true, Aki Jimmy. Are you asking me, Cody Brook? Jesse Donley, I have learned so much since I have been watching your lives in the last 6 months. Then I have learned in the last 3 years knowing this. You know what? Again, Jesse, all praises to Abba Yahuwah. He's the one who's teaching you, right? He's the one. If you've been with us for 6 months, then you know John chapter 6, verses 44 and 45. No one comes to me except the Father draws him. And all those who are learned and taught by my Father, they come to me. Okay? So you have been taught by Abba Yahuwah. You haven't been taught by me. And I know people say, yeah, but he used you. Yes, he did. But he uses all of us. But there's people that come into this room and we talk about the same truth to them that you have received, Jesse. But what makes the difference? Abba Yahuwah opened your eyes, and those people, Abba Yahuwah didn't open their eyes, and that's why they don't see it. That's why they're being argumentative, and they want to continue. Again, like I said, they want to stick to their guns. They want to put 10 toes down on what it is that they believe in, even if they're wrong. Because Abba Yahuwah hasn't given them ears to hear. He hasn't given them eyes to see, lest he save them, lest they be saved. You hear what I'm saying? This is how serious this is. It's not about arguments. And I want to thank you for your comment, Jesse. All praises to Abba Yahuwah for that. Yahuwah Meli, brother, YAH Scriptures Glossary, it's confusing. Again, sometimes it's going to be confusing at first. Anything is confusing when you don't have a perfect understanding of it, right? Or even somewhat of an understanding. The problem is that we're taking Hebraic words and we're transliterating them into another language, like this English that we speak. Okay. And some of the letters in English, because we have more letters than in the Hebrew, some of the sounds that we make in the English are redundant, right? Like the letter K, the letter Q, the CH sound, the K sound, right? All right. So it can cause issues when people use the phonetic sound of certain letters to spell a Hebraic word, but using different letters, but it makes the same sound. Now, people can be sticklers about it, right? Because again, if you're acknowledging what the word sounds like, then you're going to use whatever you deem to be the appropriate sounding letter, but it's going to make the same sound when you speak it. Okay. So truly, if you want to stick to the original letters, that's the only way you're correct. To transliterate it into any other language, that's exactly what it is. It's a transliteration. It is not letter for letter exact, because again, you're coming from one language to another, right? Now, there will be those of us who will come into agreement and say, we spell it this way. It's still making the same sound. Okay. Like when a lot of us talk about the original Hebrew, there's no I, E, O's, V's, J's, and a few other letters. So we stay away from those letters, but the other letters, we use them. We use them to make the sounds that we feel comfortable with, that makes the sound. Like when I make certain music, right, I have to use other letters to say Yahuwah, because the AI generated voice won't say Yahuwah. It'll say it all kinds of different ways. So I have to literally letter for letter pronunciate it the way I believe that the AI is going to recognize how to pronounce it. And when I do it that way, it pronounces it perfectly. Okay, so I say all that, Demeli one Demeli, because don't let it confuse you. You just have to learn more about those words. And again, they're just transliterated words, right? But there are a few words, or many of those words, we have an agreement amongst the Mashpaka that we're trying to use amongst us as the brethren, because we're associating with each other. So we're going to identify with one another the way we say it and the way we spell it, right? So let me give you an example. Even though there's no letter O's in the Hebrew, in the original, that is, not in the Yiddish Hebrew. So normally we spell the Messiah's name like this, Yahusha. Some people might spell it like this, with an apostrophe and an H and double O-S-H-A. Again, still makes the same sound, Yahusha. Okay. Some people we'll do it like this. And they'll put a W in there with the U. Yahusha. Okay. And it's the same thing with the father's name when they do the YHWH. Okay. W. A W is supposed to be a long U sound, which would give you the oo sound. Okay. But we know that there's no W because the W is a new invention in the English language. There is no W in Hebrew. Okay, so a W only exists in the English. So we know that the original 4 letters is YHUH, letter for letter. Okay. Now, back in the day, when you read some of this, like in some of the other languages like Latin, it would be a IHU, or they put a W, or even a V. You'll find a V in some of their translations. IHVH for the Tetragrammaton. So all this can cause confusion is what I'm getting at, but you're going to have to not allow it to get you confused. Just know that there's differences in writings and in pronunciations and all of that, but we have to have the key components of the truth. That's what we need. Okay. So again, we in this group, we know how we're spelling the name Yahuwah. We know how we're spelling the name Yahusha. We're starting to come to understanding of Shabat, 1 B, not 2 B's, Mashpaka instead of Mishpaka. Some like to spell Kadash with a CH instead of a Q. Same sound, different, but again, same word. Okay, same letters. There's some that are changed and differentiate between certain letters because of the Nakud vowel points, and I don't want to get too confusing you about that. But the Masoretic, or also known as Nakud vowel points, is where we're getting all the confusion, because people who have adopted and converted to what they call Judaism also created their own language using the Hebraic alphabet. And this is what's causing a lot of the confusion. And so a lot of the words we're not 100% dogmatic about. Yes, this is exactly the way it's supposed to sound. We don't know, but there are certain words like Yahuwah, the name of the creator. We know that that's the pronunciation. Why? Because his people that are called by his name is Yahuda, which is Judah. The only difference, I should say, between Yahuwah and Yahuda is the letter D in the Hebrew alphabet, Dalat. Dalat, which is the 4th letter, which, not by coincidence, Judah is the 4th tribe. Judah was the 4th one who was born of the 12 sons of Yasharal. Okay, the same Judah that the Messiah came through, that tribe, the lion from the tribe of Judah. He is that door. He's the Dalat. He's telling us how to say the name Yahuwah. Yahuda is the introduction, the way pointing to the door to the name of the creator. It's just beautiful. The number 4 has so many different applications, and we talked about this before, like the 4th commandment about the Sabbath, and the 4th portal of the sun coming up, and the first day of the year is on the 4th day of the week. I mean, there's 4s all over the place, but you don't see it until it's being revealed to you. It's the same thing with the name. Same thing with the name. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. You see, our Abba Yahuwah works in patterns. This is why you'll see certain prophecies follow the same pattern, right? Sometimes not on the same day, but it occurs in the same manner. What do I mean by that? The abomination of desolation in the book of Daniel. Now, I know we're kind of going sidetracked, but there's patterns. Same thing that there's patterns in the calendar. We see the patterns. Once you see the patterns, you can't unsee it. So let me show you what I mean. So let's use the calendar beads, right? That there's a pattern, even in his calendar, right? Separate them by seasons, right? I want you to look at the bottom of the calendar. I haven't checked this, so hopefully these are correct. My wife just brought this up to me not too long ago. But look at the pattern of the first month. The very first 4 days of the first month of the seasons is the same. What do I mean by that? Look, that's the spring equinox. Fourth day of that month is the Shabbat, okay? And every 7 from there is going to be a Shabbat, all the silver beads. When we go to the summer months, there's the summer solstice. Fourth day of that month is going to be a Shabbat. All right, you see the pattern? Same thing. First day of fall, the fall equinox. The fourth day of that month is going to be a Shabbat. Same thing going into the winter. Winter solstice, the fourth day of that 10th month is a Shabbat. There's a pattern. Abba Yahuwah gives us patterns, but we got to recognize it. We got to see it. We got to be able to recognize these patterns, and you'll find these patterns all throughout Scripture. Like a day is 1,000 years and 1,000 years is a day. Why do we see these patterns about day 3? We see day 3 so much in Scripture. Let me give you a couple. Let's go to Exodus. Yeah, Exodus. Give me a second here to locate it. Okay, Exodus chapter, is it 17? Give me a second, I gotta find it here. Yes, 19. So look at this. Let's start at 7. This is chapter 19 of Shemot, also known as Exodus. Chapter 19, Exodus, verse 7. And Moshe, aka Moses, came and called for the elders of the people and set before them all these words, that Yahuwah commanded him. And all the people answered together and said, all that Yahuwah has spoken, we shall do. So Moshe brought back the words of the people to Yahuwah. And Yahuwah said to Moshe, see, I am coming to you in a thick cloud, so that the people hear when I speak with you and believe you forever. And Moshe reported the words of the people to Yahuwah. Now here it goes. And Yahuwah said to Moshe, go to the people and set them apart today and tomorrow, and they shall wash their garments and shall be prepared by the 3rd day. For on the 3rd day Yahuwah shall come down, that is to descend, upon Mount Sinai before the eyes of all the people. 3 days, right? 3 days. So again, a day is 1,000 years, 1,000 years is a day. Let's go and look at this one. Let's go to Hosea chapter 6. Hosea chapter 6. Remember, we're talking about the 3rd day. Hosea chapter 6, verse 1. Come, let us turn back to Yahuwah, Tashub, repent. For he has torn, but he does heal us. He has stricken, but he binds us up. After 2 days, he shall revive us. On the 3rd day, he will raise us up so that we will live before him. After 2 days, what's after 2 days? The 3rd day. He says on the 3rd day, so this is talking about the same day. What are we being told? It's a foreshadow. Same thing that we just read in Exodus chapter 19. It was a foreshadow. It was Yahuwah telling us in a clandestine way, speaking in code, that after 2,000 years, he is going to descend upon the earth. We know it as the second coming. And we are to prepare ourselves for the 3rd day. What's the 3rd day? That is the millennial reign. That is the first resurrection. We are going to put on white robes. We have been given white garments. Do you see the pattern? Same thing here. He says what? He's going to revive us after 2 days. He is going to raise us up so that we live before him. This is talking about a resurrection. Hallelujah. What did the Messiah says? He said, when the Pharisee said, show us a sign, he says, no sign shall be given unto you except for the sign of Jonah. For as Jonah was in the belly of the whale for 3 days, or some will say fish, I believe it's a whale, so he can breathe oxygen while he's in the belly. or in the mouth, however you want to put it. But anyhow, he was in the belly of a big old fish, whale, whatever you think it is, for 3 days and 3 nights. He said that he would be in the belly of the earth for 3 days and 3 nights. What did he say? He said, I will rebuild this temple in 3 days. 3 days. Again, clandestinely speaking, prophetically speaking, he is going to raise up his temple on the 3rd day. Well, what is the temple? We are the temple. We're the temple. So again, prophetically speaking, he's telling us what he is going to do with his people. So these patterns are all throughout scripture. You just got to know it and see it for yourself. This is how you know he has stamped his approval. He has stamped, only he can do this. Only Yahuwah can tell us all the stuff and fashion it into a pattern that it seems to be replicating and reproducing itself again and again throughout these generations. It's Abba Yahuwah. This is why he says that his word is living. His words aren't dead. They're alive. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. So there's many patterns in scripture, and that's just a couple, but there's a lot. There's a lot. And we see even in Matthew chapter 17, I believe it is, again, another foreshadow. This isn't by coincidence. Matthew 17. And after 6 days, what is he saying here? After 6,000 years, even though this was physically done, after 6 literal days, Yahusha took Kappa, Yaqub, and Yohanan, Peter, James, and John, his brother, and brought them up on a high mountain by themselves. And he transformed before them, and his face shined like the sun, and his garments became white as the light. What are we talking about? After 6 days, it's the 7th day. What's the 7th day? The millennial rest, the millennial Shabat. It's the 1,000-year peace. So he took them up. What are we told at the last trumpet, the 7th trumpet? Our bodies will be changed. We'll be taken up to be with him forever. But we're coming back down here to earth to rule and reign with him upon the earth as kings and priests. That happens on the 7th day, after 6 days. And we're going to be shining like the sun, just like the Messiah. When we see him, we will be just like him. We will be just like him. Hallelujah. Makoti Victoria, we do no servile work tomorrow, meaning no employment work. Whatever you do for work, no commerce type of work. Now, you want to pick up after your kids, you got some chores you want to do. It's supposed to be a rest, okay? It's supposed to be a rest. I wouldn't suggest anybody doing like spring cleaning and all that. That's not what tomorrow is for. Tomorrow, again, is a day of remembrance. Light cleaning, heavy cleaning, like my wife, she cooks on Rosh Kadash. We're not going to let the dishes sit until the next day. On the weekly Shabbat, yeah, we don't touch them dishes. We'll dirty up the dishes and we'll leave it right there in the sink until the very next day. But we're not going to go 2 days without washing dishes. So if one wants to call that, light duty or light cleaning, it is what it is. I'm going to clean up the dishes because we don't want no roaches hanging around. We don't want no flies all over the place, But for Shabbat, yeah, I'm not unaliving no flies. I'm not unaliving no ant. I'm just going to enjoy it. Like today, I'm just enjoying this day with the mashpakah. Yes. Hallelujah. All right. Is there anything that anybody wants to share? I mean, you guys have been sharing, but anything that you guys want to share about what we're talking about today? Or even if it's something else, we'll leave it. We're opening up the comments. I've shared what I wanted to share today. Again, through all of this, for the Mishpachah to understand and recognize what I shared with you, go back and look at this video here on YouTube. If you have any questions about the intricacies of the calendar, again, I said we were only going to touch on the fringes of the calendar, specifically about the new moon, and that the calendar is correct. What we have, we do not follow the moon cycle. We don't follow the lunar solar calendar. Okay, let me show you guys another problem with the lunar solar calendar before I go there. Let me see. What do we have here? So today is Sabbath, and tomorrow is new. Well, Christine, we don't use the word moon for tomorrow. It's a new month. New month, because we're not looking at the moon. The moon is not a new moon. There is a day called the new moon, but not in scripture. Okay, what a person calls new moon, some people say it's the sliver, some people say it's the full moon. According to the book of Enoch, okay, according to the book of Enoch, it's when the moon is full. In fact, let me take you there. When she is fully illuminated, that is a new moon. Now, hold on, let me take you there here. Enoch 74. Or is it 73? The first phase of the moon. Okay. So right here, 73. Right? Yeah, time does fly. And her rising and setting changes every month. And her days are like the days of the sun. Excuse me, when her light is uniform, that is full, it amounts to the 7 parts of the light of the sun. So it's 7 degrees less, or diminished by 7, of what the fullness of the sun's strength is. It's diminished to the 7th power of the sun. And her first phase in the east comes out on the 30th morning, and on that day she becomes visible and constitutes for you the first phase of the moon on the 30th day, together with the sun in the portal where the sun rises. So this is talking about the 30th day of the sun, not the 30th day of the moon. Okay, because it's coming out of the same portal. And on one half of her goes out by the 7th part, and her whole circumference is empty, without light. So she is without light, empty. Okay. And on the 14th part of her light, and it says, and when she receives 1/7 part of the half of her light amounts to 1/7 part of the half thereof. And she sets with the sun, and when the sun rises, the moon rises with him, and receives half of 1 part of the light. And in that night, in the beginning of her morning, okay, in the commencement of the lunar day, when does the lunar day begin? When the sun goes down. Okay, the moon sets with the sun and is invisible that night with the 14 parts of the half of one of them. I know this all kind of sounds confusing, because when I'm reading it, it's confusing. And she rises on that day with exactly a 7 part, and comes out and recedes from the rising of the sun. And in her remaining days, she becomes bright in the remaining 13 parts. So now we know that she's getting brighter and brighter as the days continue. And I saw another course, a law for her, and how according to that law, she performs her monthly revolution, not the sun's monthly, that every month that we call the 12 months of the year. This is her months, not one that you're to follow, but this has to do with the moon's months. And all these Uriel, the set apart messenger, who is the leader of them all, showed me in their positions, and I wrote down their positions as he showed them to me. And I wrote down their months as they were, and the appearance of their lights until the 15 days were accomplished. In single 7 parts she accomplishes all her light in the east, and in the single 7 parts accomplishes all her darkness in the west. And in certain months she alters her settings, and in certain months she pursues her own peculiar course. In 2 months, the moon sets with the sun. In those two middle portals, the third and the fourth, she goes out for 7 days and turns about and returns again through the portal where the sun rises and accomplishes all her light. And she recedes from the sun, and in 8 days enters the sixth portal. From that, the sun goes out. And when the sun goes out from the fourth portal, she goes out 7 days, until she goes out from the fifth and turns back again in 7 days into the fourth portal and accomplishes all her light. And she recedes and enters into the first portal in 8 days, and she returns again in 7 days into the fourth portal. From that, the sun goes out. So I saw their positions, how the moon rose and the sun sets in those days. And then it goes into what I shared earlier about the 364 days as opposed to the 365 and a quarter that is mentioned here in the book of Enoch. So again, the moon is not to be our timepiece for our days in and days out. That is not what we use to number our days. Now I was going to show you. So here's a big problem with the lunar calendar. Let me take you here. This is what did it for me when I left the lunar calendar from what my nephew was telling me. And I was like, okay, that makes all the sense in the world. So let's go to Leviticus chapter 23. In Leviticus chapter 23, where we have the appointed times of Yahuwah, one in particular, you're going to have a problem keeping if you are using the lunar cycle. Okay. It is Shabat. Starting at verse 9 of chapter 23, it says, And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak to the children of Yasharal, and you shall say to them, When you come into the land that I give you, and shall reap its harvest, then you shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest to the priest. And he shall wave the sheaf before Yahuwah for your acceptance on the morrow, or the day after the Sabbath. The priest waves it. Okay? And on that day, what day? The day after the Sabbath, when you wave the sheaf, you shall prepare a male lamb, a year old, perfect one, as an ascending offering to Yahuwah. Again, we don't do verse 12. That's all been done for us. The Messiah was the ascending offering. And then it goes on and says in verse 13, And his grain offering 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with oil, an offering made by fire to Yahuwah. Again, we don't do this. This has all been taken care of by our Messiah. A sweet fragrance, and its drink offering 1/4 of a hin of wine. And you do not eat bread or roasted grain or fresh grain until the same day that you have brought an offering to your Alua Alahim, a law forever throughout your generations and all your dwellings. Now, the reason why I had to read that is because now it brings us to the counting to Shabuat, because that was first fruits. And now this tells us about Shabuat, also known as the Feast of Weeks, or in the Greek tongue, Pentecost. And from the day after the Sabbath, from the day that you brought the sheaf of the wave offering, you shall count for yourselves 7 completed Sabbaths. 7 completed Sabbaths. Until the day after the 7th Sabbath, you count 50 days. Then you shall bring a new grain offering to Yahuwah. Now, this you are not able to keep to the letter of this law if you're following the moon. Why? Because you're not going to have 7 successional Sabbaths without a break if you're following the moon. Because the moon cycle, let me bring up the moon cycle calendar again. For those of you who might not know or don't care to know, not speaking to you. I'm speaking to those who might still have an issue or who wants to know how to counteract somebody who wants to talk about how they're supposed to keep the moon and you're not supposed to. This is one of the problems. Okay. So here's the lunisolar calendar, okay? This is not the calendar that we follow. Here's what they call the new moon. Okay, that's going to be that little sliver, right? But notice they only have 4 Sabbaths here, okay? On the 8th, the 15th, the 22nd, and the 29th. After the 29th day, the moon is gone. You don't see it for a couple of days. You might not see it for 2 days. Sometimes 1 day, sometimes 2 days. The problem is they stop counting after the 29th day. They wait to see the new moon again. So you're breaking the count that we were told on to keep a count of 7 completed Sabbaths. You don't break up that Sabbath count. You have to count 7 completed Sabbaths. So after the 29th day, if this was the true calendar, and then it was the 30th day, then you're supposed to continue counting to the next day. So let's just use this calendar, right? So here's the 30th day. Then this should be first day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day. This should be a Shabbat. But they're not going to count that, because after this, they're going to wait to see the sliver again to start all over again, to reset their 4 Shabbats. For this reason, you're breaking the count of verse 17, of verse, 15 and 16. You're breaking it. Who doesn't see that? Who doesn't see what I just shared there with you? For those of you who don't know about the lunisolar calendar, you probably don't see it. But those of you who understand what I'm saying, you see what I'm talking about, because again, they go by the phases of the moon. Once the moon is gone, they don't count. Those are the void days. They don't count. Like this 30th day right here, they don't count that day. They wait to see the sliver of the moon to say, oh, it's a new moon. We see the sliver of the moon. They say that's day 1, but they really don't count it. They start counting the very next day. And this is why it's offset 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then they say the 8th day of the moon cycle is their first Sabbath. And then the next 7 days from that is the 15th day. Like I showed you in Exodus chapter 16, they try to say, well, they came to the wilderness of Zin on the 15th day. They came there on the Sabbath. Well, we know they couldn't have come there on the Sabbath, because again, you're not supposed to travel on the Sabbath. And they came to that place called the wilderness of Zin on the 15th day of the 2nd month. So they're breaking commandment already. So you can't use the moon cycle to keep Shabuat, or the Feast of Weeks, also known as Pentecost. You can't do it. You're going to break up the instruction that is clearly stated here, that you're to count 7 completed Sabbath, and the very next day, because 7 completed Sabbath would be 7 times 7, 49, and the very next day, the day after the 7th Sabbath, would be the 50th day. You can't count 50 days on a lunar calendar by stopping on day 29 and then saying, well, we got to wait until the moon comes back out so we can start our count again. That right there is what broke the camel's back. When I saw that, I came out of the lunar calendar. So that was the thing, Lachey. So when I was following the lunar Sabbath, right? Every month, yes, you're right. Every month it changes on the pagan week, right? So it might be Tuesday this month. Next month it'll be on a Friday. Okay, the next month after that it might be on a Sunday, right? You're all over the place. Yeah. And so even in this Babylonian system that we live in, that even makes it even harder. And they like to use that as a way of saying, see, this is why we have the true calendar, because it goes contrary to the Babylonian calendar, and they get mad at you and they want to let you go and you can't work and they fire you and all of this because you're trying to keep the lunar Sabbath. Well, the lunar Sabbath isn't what Yahuwah gave us to begin with. He didn't give it to us. So if that's your argument because you're being rejected by Babylon, and that gives you credence to say, see, this is why this is the real calendar, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. And again, like I said, I've studied this calendar, and then there's more to still study. I know I don't have all the nuts and bolts of the calendar, but what I do know, I know it to be true. There's too much evidence from the Apocryphas to the 66 books. It's all throughout all of these books. You wouldn't know it if you didn't know the true calendar. If you continue to associate the words of the scriptures and you try to associate that with the Gregorian calendar, you're going to go wrong every single time. Every single time. You try to use it with the lunar calendar, you're going to go wrong every single time, because it's not a lunar calendar that it's based on. And this is why the book of Jubilees chapter 6 says that all of Yasharal shall forget the days, the weeks, the months, the Sabbaths, the feast days, all of it. They're going to make an unclean day a clean day, and a clean day an unclean day. They're doing all kinds of stuff with it because they don't know the calendar. Just like many of us, we didn't know the calendar for years. We had no idea until one day Abba Yahuwah decided to reveal it to you. Blanca, how do they defend it? They don't know how to defend it. They just literally gloss over it. I've asked so many lunar Sabbath keepers, how do they count their Shabuat, their Feast of Weeks? And what they do is they just start counting soon as the moon is reflected in the western sky, in the western horizon. It's like a stopwatch to them. They stop when they don't see the moon, and then when the moon comes, they start the start clock again. They start the time again. Yep, there's no defense. All they can do is just continue on doing what they're doing. Great to see you here, Akudi Hubbard. How was it determined to be mashpaka and not what we used? I missed that teaching. Oh, it wasn't a teaching that I did, Askia. It was actually our Akudi Nazareth. She does Hebrew studies with the mashpaka on this day on Shabbat on YouTube. She actually comes on before me. So starting next week, you can actually go back and look at her teaching under Nazareth on YouTube. And so every week she's going to be doing this until Abba Yahuwah tells her to do something else. And again, this is how we help one another. Like I was sharing with one of the Akodis earlier today that I spoke to, not mentioning any names. You know, there is a ministry for all of us to help each other out one way or the other. But we need to make sure that it all coincides with one another, right? We don't want to be in disagreements. We don't want to cause division and friction amongst the body. So for all of us, if we're coming from the truth, there should be no division. If we're coming with proof, there should be no division. If we're coming to show you, there should be no division. When a person wants to start their own thing, and what I mean by their own thing, and they're not taken into inclusivity of all the rest of the member of the body that we have, I'm not talking about we the assembly or one of these other ones that we're not attached to, because again, they're not following the same calendar as we're following. Okay. But those of us who are within this mashpaka, and you see something that may be lacking in the group, and you say, you know what, I want to start a live to help in this area that is going to complement all the other lives that are going on within the mashpaka, because we do have some other lives, right? And yet I see how all of them, including myself, how we benefit each other and how we complement each other, not to tear down, not to divide, not to splinter, none of that. So if you see something that maybe I'm not addressing, or Akudi Nazareth isn't addressing, or Aki Nick isn't addressing, or Aki Lester isn't addressing, or Aki Yashai is not addressing, or Akudi Gina on her live is not addressing, or Akudi Janine is not addressing. I'm just saying these are some of the lives that I know that we have amongst the Mashpaka. Okay. And you say, you know what, I want to start this live that I believe Abba Yahuwah has put on my heart, and you want to add, like Akudi Jackie C started the woman's Zoom meeting, right? I think there might even be another Zoom meeting with one of the other Akudis. And I know the Akis are wanting to do one. We haven't started that yet, but we're wanting to do one also. These are the things that I'm saying, that if something is lacking and you want to be a part, don't wait for me or somebody to tell you to do it. You know what I mean? That's for you to do, and you invite people to come and do it. All we ask is that you respect each other, right? Because what ends up happening is that somebody starts something, and guess what they do? They're ringing me and telling me, or they're emailing me and blowing me up like, oh, Aki such and such said this, or Akuti such and such. Look, I don't want to hear none of that. You might even hear me just laugh it off and just be like, oh, okay. You know why? Because I don't want to be a part of that. Abba Yahuwah is going to defend all of this. I've never had to fight for myself when it comes to this truth. Abba Yahuwah goes before us. He fights for us. He's going to correct whatever it is that we have made a mistake of. Because if he's in our midst, and if we're trying to do what he's asking us to do, and we're being loyal and faithful to him, even in our when we're ignorant of what is being told to us in scripture, in due time, in due season, Abba Yahuwah will reveal it. He will reveal it. Mm-hmm. Because it's just like, you know how we talked about having a community, right? And if it be Yahuwah's will that he allows us to have that come to fruition, it's going to happen. And so what will be, there'll be all these people living off grid and we're helping each other. Do you think one person is going to be doing everything? Certainly not. Do you think one woman is going to do all the cooking for everybody in that camp? Certainly not. Do you think one person is going to take care of all the kids and not take turns when we know that it takes a village to raise children? We got to help each other. And it's the same thing in this position. Abba Yahuwah has given us all something wonderful to contribute to the body, literally, and spiritually, and physically, and mentally, and emotionally. All of these things can be done without strife, without division, without splintering, without talking behind each other. All of this stuff, we got to truly understand that when all this is said and done, we got to give an account for what we've been doing. All the backbiting, all the gossiping, all of that. Don't think that that's not going to be exposed. Abba Yahuwah is keeping record. He's going to bring it back to our remembrance in front of everyone. So why not stop it now? Why not do what we have been called to do? Why don't we be those examples? I was speaking to somebody, again, not mentioning any names. I think this will probably help a lot of you, especially those of you who have children and those of you who may have grandchildren or your nieces and nephews. You see, I come from the old school, and that old school is exactly what Abba Yahuwah has been teaching his people for many years. He says, you are not to spare the rod. Some of our youngsters don't know how to raise children because they're children raising children. And I don't say that in a negative way. I'm just being real. Okay. There has been a shift in our society, especially in Western cultures, here in the United States, most definitely, where parents stop putting hands on their kids. And some of them rightly so, because they're literally about to unalive their kids because they just don't know when to stop. They're literally abusing them and they're not disciplining them. It's a difference, right? You can abuse kids and you can discipline kids. Abba Yahuwah doesn't abuse us. He disciplines us. That's what I mean by old school. Now, we're also told in scripture that we are to honor the king. He didn't say honor the kings who believe in me. We're to honor the king. So like President Trump, for example, I don't agree with that man's policies, but Abba Yahuwah has placed him there for a reason. Do you think I'm going to be speaking ill will of President Trump? None of you have heard me speak ill will of President Trump who's been following. In fact, I'm going to ask y'all right now, has anyone here heard me say anything negative about President Trump? People even say, I've had people ask me, is he the Antichrist? I said, I cannot vouch for that, nor am I going to make false accusations on someone. That would be false witnessing because I don't know. We're not to false witness against our neighbor. So when I see people doing that, I'll bring it up and I'll say, look, I can't say that. Okay, now why am I bringing this up? Because there is a hierarchy, and Abba Yahuwah hates rebellion. It doesn't matter who it is. Okay, even if they're wrong, even if your parents, let me take you here, Exodus chapter 20. Let's look at this. Let's look at this real quick. Let's look at this fifth commandment. What does it say here? Respect your father and your mother. Does it say respect your believing father and your believing mother? It doesn't say that, does it? Akodi Maribel. Maribel. I like the way he's like Akudi Stella says that. That's why I start saying your name that way. I hope you don't mind. But it doesn't, right? It doesn't say respect your believing father or your believing mother. It's telling you, or let me rephrase that. Yahuwah is telling us that we are to respect our fathers and our mothers regardless of how they walk. Regardless. So why do I bring that up? I bring this up because, again, children are having children. There's been a disconnect from my generation, from the generation that is now having kids. And we're probably looking at maybe 2 or 3 generations now, because I'm not a spring chicken anymore. I'm a winter chicken. I've been around for a minute. But what I'm finding out is that there are kids who are having children and they don't like the way somebody's talking to their children, or they want to claim ownership to their children. Now, I'm not saying your children don't belong to you, because they do. The old saying of it takes a village to raise children, that is from our lineage. That is our culture. That is the Hebraic culture. And not only with the Hebrews, a lot of the other clans of the families of the world, when they lived in these small villages, guess what? Johnny goes over to play with Tommy, and Tommy's mom sees Johnny do something wrong, and that's Tommy's best friend. Johnny's mom knows Tommy's mom, but when Tommy goes over there to Johnny's house and he does something wrong with Johnny, Johnny's mom is going to spank both of them. And guess what? Tommy's mom ain't going to come and say, why did you put your hands on my son? Because Tommy's mom's already knows what time it is. Well, you shouldn't have did that. And Johnny's mom wouldn't have to put something on your backside. Right? How many of you guys know what I'm talking about? How many of you all know what I'm talking about? See, you have these people today who don't understand this upbringing. How dare you put your hands on my child? Well, your child was being very disrespectful. Your child wasn't listening. And if your child is being disrespectful and isn't listening, then your child is going to get some correction, is going to get some get right. I'm not sparing the rod. And if it's coming out of the mouth, they might get a backhand. That's the way I was raised. I don't run to my dad and my mom and say, Tommy's daddy just spanked me. Well, what did you do? That's what my dad's going to say. What did you do? He ain't going to say, let's go over to Tommy's house. I'm going to show Tommy's dad a piece of my mind. Now we got 2 dads fighting. That's not the way it's supposed to be. Now, what we have today is a whole bunch of people who don't know the golden rule. We have a whole bunch of people who don't know Yahuwah's standards. So as I'm bringing people into this truth and people are asking me questions and I'm just being real with them, I'm like, look, you want to come to me and ask me questions? I'm going to give you the true answer. You might not like it. And if a person is wrong, they're wrong. I want somebody to be like that with me. I don't want them sugarcoating nothing, because that only harms me. That's not helping me. And so we have to show respect to our elders, even if they are wrong. There's a way to talk to your elder. You don't come at them like you're the same age. That's disrespectful. I like to say it this way, Abraham and Isaac. Now, we don't have no recording of this anywhere in the Tanakh, okay? Nowhere in the book of Genesis. But let me just throw this scenario out to you all. Do you think, and I'm sure Abraham had to correct Jacob, okay, his grandson. I guarantee you Abraham had to put hands on Jacob when he was growing up. I can pretty much vouch for that. Do you think Isaac, which is Jacob's dad, which is Abraham's son, would go to his dad, to Abraham, and say, Dad, don't you put your hands on my son, your grandson, ever again? Do you think he'd ever do that? Exactly. Exactly. Even if Abraham was angry, and Isaac saw his dad go off on his son, his grandson, I guarantee you Isaac would not say nothing. Be like, you know how your granddad is. Don't be doing that again around granddad because he will set you straight. That's what should be coming out of Isaac's mouth. Not stay away from granddad. Don't go back around granddad. And then go and tell granddad. Or don't tell granddad, but you're showing by your actions that you don't want anything. You don't want your kids to have anything to do with your dad anymore. Now, I'm saying all of this because I've been put in these positions. And I need some of you who are having children today understand that when you bring your children around your parents or your in-laws' parents, you are to treat your husband's family that are your in-law as your family. As your family. No difference. You don't rate your mom and dad higher because you're from that bloodline than you do from your husband or your wife's bloodline parents. Because just like Ruth said, your people will be my people. Your mighty one shall be my mighty one. When we marry into another family, remember the two shall become one flesh. That means that the families have now united. They are joined. There is no division. There is no separation. So the way you honored your mother and your father, your biological mom and dad, you're going to honor your in-law, your mother-in-law and your father-in-law as if they are your blood mother and father. Regardless how they treat you, regardless how they speak about you, you don't return evil for evil. You don't repay them the same way that they may be treating you. Because again, we're just keeping it real. Not everybody's in this truth. Not everyone is the same. Some of the parents that you're marrying into that family, they might be of another religion altogether. And you didn't know that that was going to be because you didn't come into this truth until after you got married. And I have a friend, or I had a friend, and she married, and she was a Christian, okay? And she married a Muslim. Well, as many of you probably know, there was a lot of problems in that house because they didn't know how they were going to raise their kids up. The dad wants to raise them up Muslim. The mom wants to raise them up Christian. But the way that they went about it, it caused them to get a divorce because they weren't on the same wavelength. They weren't evenly yoked. They were unevenly yoked. So somebody has to give. Somebody has to compromise. Somebody has to be the bigger one, as we would say, and kind of find their place in that family. But what we have today is a lot of people who are like, no, it's my way or the highway. This separates families. So now your walk is no longer your witness as far as righteousness is concerned, because now your walk is a witness of, I don't want my children being raised up by her or what she believes in, or by him and what he believes in. And they get separated. Who's the ones that's going to suffer? The children. What are you showing the children when you step up to your in-law mom or your in-law dad or your mom or your dad and you say, Mom, Dad, I don't want you touching my kids. Well, wait a minute. Your parents raised you up so you can have kids. You gonna now tell them how not to touch your kids because they're your kids? It's being a little selfish. And you're not showing your children the example of how to honor your father and your mother. You're showing them how to defy your father and your mother, in-law or not. You can claim Yahuwah, Yahusha all you want, but what you're showing your children, they're going to do to you when they get older. They're going to disrespect you because you showed them that you disrespected your in-laws or your parents. That's how this happens. But people don't seem to understand this until it happens to them. And they say, where did I go wrong? How did this happen to my child? Hopefully somebody's getting some golden nuggets today, because that's exactly what I'm putting out. You go back around to your in-laws, you go back around to your parents, regardless of how they're treating your kid. I can understand if it was something, where you know the difference between abuse and discipline. You know it. Unless you wasn't raised in a disciplined home. Now, I see people today who do not in any way correct their children. They let their children run amok. Kids are loud from the time that they wake up until they're laying down. They're running around, jumping on everything, doing all kinds of stuff that you know they shouldn't be doing, but you probably don't know that because your parents allowed you to do all that stuff. So you have no understanding of upbringing. So then when somebody wants to correct your children, you're disassociated, you're disconnected, and now you look at that as somebody is doing something to your children. When those children are part of their offspring, that's their blood, your parents' blood. It comes from you, and you came from your parents. So when you break that hierarchical command, that chain of command, again, regardless if they're doing right or not, again, honor the king. Honor the king. It doesn't matter if he's a believer or not. Look at what Daniel did with Nebuchadnezzar. You can read it. Read it in the book of Daniel. Nebuchadnezzar was the one who took the children of Judah to Babylon. Nebuchadnezzar wasn't a believer at that time. He was the enemy of the Yahudim. Was about to unalive as many of them as would not bow down to him, thrown into the furnace. You know about Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And the whole time, they never disrespected that king. Not one time. In fact, when Daniel was told to be able to interpret a dream that Nebuchadnezzar had, Daniel said this. He said, may what I'm about to tell you, may this not be you, O king. May this not happen to you, O king. And he was a slave to that king. We can learn a lot from those who came before us. All right. Anybody have any questions about that? And I just wanted to bring that up because, again, it was put on my heart, and I just wanted to share that some of you who are having children and you're not disciplining your children, you think showing them love is by not disciplining them, not spanking them, not telling them to be quiet, just letting them do these things. You're making their life hard, because once they walk out of that house and they go to a public school and they're not listening to the teachers, they're not listening to the police officers, this is how many of them end up getting unalived or end up going to jail or end up doing something that they shouldn't have been doing, because discipline starts at home, not at school. All right. Boy, we're almost 4 hours into this thing. Our day is almost done, Mishpachah. Okay, let me see. Cody Janine, the other day we had an Aki come on our live that now thinks eating meat is wrong. Okay, yes. So I know who the Aki is. I'm not going to mention him by name. And I thank you for not saying his name as well. But let's put it this way. I had to take a sigh there because I've been dealing with our Ak for a little bit on different issues. And we have issues when people, and I brought this up earlier, when we just look at the negative thing and we're looking at others and we're not looking at ourselves. Let's let this be clear, okay? If you, as a believer in Abba Yahuwah, with the testimony of Yahusha in your mouth, you want to be a vegetarian, no one is stopping you. No one is stopping you, okay? Now, we know the practices of today, of the way people are getting food. A lot of it is being tainted, and a lot of it, we have no idea, okay? The same thing, we can even speak of the vegetables and fruits. This is why people are getting all kinds of, and I hate to put it this way, but I'm just going to be frank. They're spewing out the rear end because of some of the things that they're finding that is contaminated in some of these vegetables, okay? Now, for people to come up and say we shouldn't eat meat, that is wrong. That is wrong. All right? Just putting it out there. That'd be just like someone saying you shouldn't eat no vegetables. That is wrong. Because we know Abba Yahuwah has given us food. And as long as we abide by his instructions, no one, and I mean no one, has the right to say otherwise, no matter who they are or what position they have. If you have an issue with meat, keep it to yourself. That's for you. You go to somebody else's house, you let it be known you don't eat meat. Let them serve you something that is appealing to you or pleasing to you, and not go against it. Now, if I bring out some meat and I know you're not a meat eater, and I give it to you and say, tough luck, eat what I put before you, that would be wrong on my end. Okay. Now, on the opposite side of that, we're also told when somebody gives you something to eat, ask no questions, eat of it. Okay. This is what the Messiah told his disciples. When you go into a home and they give you some food, you eat whatever they give you. Now, you're not going to go into a home that doesn't keep Torah. You already know where you're going. You know the house that you're going to be staying at. And he says, when you go to that house, don't go from house to house, jumping from house to house. No, you stay there. As long as you're in that town, you stay at that house and you eat what they put before you. And the house that you went into, you know you're going to pick the house. You're not going into just any house. You're not going to go into somebody who's a Wiccan. You're not going to go into a house like understand right now that you would go into a house that are Buddhist, and you're going over to this town to speak about the truth. So we got to use some common sense here. Now you got people that want to say, oh, you guys are bloodthirsty and you're meat eaters and these poor animals and all this stuff. And like I said the other day, I'm an animal lover. Okay. I do eat meat. All right. These meat have their purposes. Okay. There's a day when we won't eat meat anymore. But right now, with the way our bodies are and the nutrition that we're not getting, or whatever we're getting, what is in your power, you do. Okay. Some people don't have the money to eat clean as they want to. Notice what I said. Some people don't have the money, the funds to eat clean as they want to. They're eating clean, but they're not eating as clean as they want to. Right? Some of them are eating, all they know it's a beef burger. Now, some of us who might have some more money, we might say, I'm not trusting that. I think I'm going to just go buy me some steak and I'm going to put it in my grinder and I'm going to make me some beef patties because I know where it came from. So I'm going to, grind it up instead of it already being prepackaged and already ground up. But again, the person who does that, who has a children of 4 and she wants to make some burgers for her children, and she reads the label, she knows no otherwise than what it says on there, that this is 100% beef with so much percentage of fat. And she takes it home. She makes herself some nice little round little patties and smashes it up, puts it on the grill, and the kids can smell it in the air and they can't wait to eat mama's delicious cooking. And then somebody comes behind and be like, "Oh, you shouldn't feed that to your kids because that could be human meat." That woman is doing what she understands according to what has been given to her. Who are you to tear down another person's servant? Just like it says in scripture. Let Abba Yahuwah make that person to stand. It is not your job. It is not my job. I say this many times to many people who reach out to me about certain things, and it's always about someone else. It's never about them. It's never about, well, I'm dealing with this, Aki. Aki, can you shed? I've been battling with this, or I'm not understanding this passage too well. But what I get with certain people is this person said this, or this person is doing that, or you should teach this and you shouldn't teach that, or you can't tell people this, you should be telling people that. For those of us who used to watch football, these are Monday quarterbacks. They want to tell you, they the backseat drivers. They want to tell you how to drive. They want to tell you how to throw the ball. They want to tell you how to conduct the service, the ministry that Abba Yahuwah has given you. So let us be careful how we speak to one another. Because again, each one of us must work out our own salvation, people. Each one of us. Let us not tear down one another. Let us uplift each other when it comes to this truth. When it comes to this truth. All right, so we got about 13 minutes left, and then I'm going to shut this down, and I'll come back on for any questions or answers. I mean, pretty much what we're doing right now, but I need to break this segment up because it's going to get too long if I don't. Exodus 12:9. Let's go there. Okay, so this passage here, Cody, that you're talking about, Cody Victoria, has to do with the Passover lamb. Okay, and it says here, and I've told some of you guys about a funny story. I'm about to tell you guys again for those of you who don't know. Verse 9, it says, "Do not eat it raw, nor boiled at all with water, but roasted in fire, its head with its legs and its inward parts." So when I read this, and I'm fresh out of prison, okay, I learned, I came into the truth while I was in prison, right? And when I came into this truth while I was in prison, when I got out, I started sharing what I understood, and I wanted to keep the Pesach that year. Do you all remember when we had, and again, just to show you that I was following the moon cycle, the moon calendar. Do you remember when, I believe it was back in I want to say 2013 or 14, when there was 4 blood moons? Does anybody recall that? Like, I think it was like 2013 and 2014, there was like 4 blood moons. Like there was like, if you're following the lunar Sabbath and the lunar calendar, there was like 2 Passovers on like back to back. on a blood moon, and then there was two. I think it was Feast of Trumpets that was also on a blood moon in September. Well, anyways, during that time, I see some of you do remember this, yes. And so this passage here in verse 9, Akodi Victoria, I understood this to mean that first, we're not to eat the lamb raw, nor are we to boil it, okay? But we're supposed to roast it in fire, its head with its legs and its inward parts. Now, because I read this as it is, me and the Akis and the Akodis, and we went and bought, and again, we weren't trying to recreate the Passover or trying to keep it verbatim per the word, and to drain all the blood and throw it on the throw it on the lintel and the doorpost. We didn't do all of that. We knew that much, right? That the Messiah is our Passover lamb. But what we didn't know, and I'm about to tell it to y'all right now, is that we cooked the lamb with all of its inward parts over the fire. We did not remove anything, okay? We didn't gut it. We just literally took the lamb, other than the head. The head wasn't there when we bought it from the butcher shop. We had a full lamb without the hooves. We had all the legs all the way down to the ankles, okay? And we also had the neck, but no head, right? So we had the rest of the lamb. It was already shedded already. They took all the wool off and everything. So it was just the skin. That's all it was, just bare skin lamb, right? And we had it roasting on the fire. Come about, I say the sun just went down, right? All of a sudden we hear this loud boom. And I'm laughing because we get over there to the grill and the lamb blew up. The lamb exploded. Why? Because we didn't understand the let me rephrase that. I didn't understand the instruction. So all the gas and everything that was in the intestines and in the stomach, it exploded. And I'm talking about stuff went everywhere. Okay. I'm glad we was on this land that was far away from the house, and they had like a farm and everything. But when I tell you, when you don't follow instructions, certain things will happen. And I'm telling you guys right now what happened, because I didn't understand the instructions. I thought we were supposed to cook the lamb full, everything, all organs, everything intact, put it on the fire. Put it on the fire. And I didn't know. We still had a Pesach. We still had a Pesach with the lamb. But let me just say that it was a very messy mess. It was very messy. Very. Now, as far as eating the organs itself, there are parts where certain parts, the best parts like the liver and all this stuff, was given to, I believe, if I remember correctly, and one of you probably know where it is, but it says that you are to give these things to the Levites. They get the best parts of the animal, right? It's theirs. You may get the leg, you might get the buttock or whatever, but the Levitical priesthood, they get the prime. They get to choose first. But yeah, so that is what happened. And I'm telling you, every time I think about that, it was just it was crazy. And again, we were so zealous to want to, here we bought a lamb, and I think it was like $300 and something for a full lamb back then, right? And we're doing it big, man. We had all these people from all over the place, and we're over there in Northern California in Paradise, and we're on one of the Akudi's family's land, and one of our Akis, he was the one that was, the chef. That's what he does for a living. So again, none of us, this is our first time. We're coming out of Christianity, and we're like, well, we want to keep the Pesach. We want to keep the festival. We want to celebrate the Pesach. Had no idea, but we learned the hard way. Yeah, we were what do they call it? The The School of Hard Knocks. That's what we were at. Yeah, that's how we learn. I was laughing up a storm. He probably did, Aki Christopher. He is like, oh boy, wait until they see what is about to happen to them. Yeah, and it was but yeah, yeah, didn't know. But you see, when you put all of that, you're supposed to open it up. You're supposed to open up the lamb, and if you go and you look at um parts in Leviticus where it talks about how they lay out the animal on the altar, and like the liver and the kidneys and certain things were to be also put on the altar, but it wasn't all intact inside the animal because gases start spewing and it's going to split the stomach wide open. But anyhow, yeah, I was doing some bad things back then. I had no idea. I had no idea. All right. So I'm glad that some of y'all had a little laugh out of that. Um, yeah, it was literally raining lambs. Yes, it was raining lambs. Is that the reason why early messianics were persecuted during Rome because they would not honor the king? They wouldn't honor Caesar. Thank you. So Miguel, no, it wasn't that they wouldn't honor the king. They wouldn't worship Caesar as Lord. There was a time, if you go back and you look at history, you'll see that there was a term called Caesar worship. Julius Caesar was known as the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords's. Okay. Um, and so this is why they were being persecuted because they wouldn't pay homage to Caesar. And Caesar, once they connected it to the papal, it became the Holy Roman Empire. So now the church and state, or the government and the church, became one. And this is what we know today, even here in the Americas, where we're seeing the same thing. And like I was sharing earlier, this is why Christianity is not the true belief system that was given to us by Yahuwah, because Rome will never acknowledge, accept, or respect the feast days of Yahuwah, ever. Okay? What they will respect is what they acknowledge: Christianity and Judaism. Judaism has not been given to us by Yahuwah. People think that Judaism was something that Yahuwah gave us, but he didn't. You won't find the word Judaism anywhere in the Tanakh, in the Old Testament. Those who call themselves Jews and are not term the coin, or I couldn't even say it, coin the phrase, or coin the term, is what I was trying to say, Judaism. Okay? There is no ism with Yahuwah. There, Yahudism, I've heard that, Yahwism, all of this stuff. There is no ism in the true following of Yahuwah. And so these people who are running governments all over the world, you see that they acknowledge the Gregorian calendar with its high days. When the government, even though they say that the church and state are supposed to be separate, but you see that the church and state is not separate, because the state, aka the government, acknowledges the religious days of service or worship, and they shut down on those days. As you notice, Saturday and Sunday, Christmas, New Year's, Thanksgiving, Easter, Mother's Day, and Father's Day. They promote all of these. And some of the ones that they don't say is a day off, it's not their Shabbat, their rest day, like St. Valentine and St. Patrick's Day. But nonetheless, it's still a holiday, a holy day that they recognize. There is no separation of church and state. That is all a facade. All right. So let's go ahead and close it down for today as far as this segment. And I'm going to come right back on. Give me about 5 minutes and we'll be back. And we'll just have open discussion on this Shabbat. I want to thank all of you. But before you go, let's go ahead and get the Aaronic Barakah going for those of you who are not coming back. Numbers chapter 6. Numbers chapter 6. All right. Hallelujah. And it reads, And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, This is how you barak the children of Yasharal. Say to them, Yahuwah barak you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Yasharal, and I myself shall barak them. Hallelujah. May Abba Yahuwah barak you and keep you. May he allow the countenance of his light to shine upon you. And may he allow his shalom to be upon you. May you go in shalom. May he direct your footsteps. And if you don't come back on with us, may we see you next week or throughout the week on others' lives. May you be a barakah as Abba Yahuwah has been a barakah to you. May you have a Baruch Shabua, a Baruch week. My name is Ak Jimmy, also known as Brother Jimmy, and we are ambassadors of YAH. Shalom Mishpachah, or Mashpachah. It's going to take me a minute. Shalom. Shabbat Shalom.
May Yahweh bless you and keep you. May he make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. May he lift up his countenance upon you and give you shalom. So shall you put my name upon the children of Israel, and I will bless them. gracious to you. May he lift up his countenance upon you and give you shalom. YAH. So shall you put my name upon the children of Israel, and I will bless them.